Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
Welcome back. Thank you for coming again.
Of course.
And thank you for having such an interest in areas of relaxation and well-being. And we're going to try looking at something different today. You've expressed an interest in relaxation around the hand and a little bit of the arm. So we're going to focus on that today, and promoting that sense of relaxation and well-being through an often neglected area such as the hand. And I'm going to break that down and structure it into some recognisable parts. So the first thing, if you're doing something like a hand massage, is that you really need to check thoroughly for any contraindications. So we're going to spend some time with a few implements here to look and check on the health and the well-being of your hands, and do that quite thoroughly. The second part of this session is going to focus around looking at some pressure points that you can enable to help you cope with certain aspects such as pain and stress. And although we're probably going to do a more thorough session on reflexology or acupressure at a later stage, I just want to talk generally about the usefulness of those treatments, and just more for a little bit of an introduction to those aspects, and talk to you a little bit as well. You know, a favourite of mine is aromatherapy oils, and there are some that are much more beneficial for hand massage in particular and different types of skin than others. So I'm going to really talk generally about the massage oils that are useful for hand massage. And then lastly, we'll culminate with a little bit of a hand massage, maybe going slightly higher up above the wrist as well, because we have lots of stress and pressure in our wrists, particularly in our hectic everyday lives. So they are worth a little bit of extra attention. So we'll focus in on that so that any stress and tension in that part of your body is relieved through the massage towards the end of the session.
Thank you.
How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So moving on to the next stage, what I'd like you to do is pop your hands on the table here, and then what I'm going to do to start with is just look at your hands with my eyes and just give them a check. The sorts of things we're looking for here could contraindicate me continuing with the massage. They could change the types of oils that I could use. So I'm looking for anything that might cause an issue. So I'm just going to use my eyes to look very carefully at each hand and moving down each finger to check whether there is anything here that could cause a problem with a massage. Okay, can you turn over your hand? That's right. To just look through there, and if anything is painful at all, do tell me. So sometimes if you can't see it with your eyes, you can feel it with your fingers and thumb. I can't feel anything major there. That all looks quite healthy on that hand. Okay, now over to this one. So we'll start with this here. Okay, can't see anything there. But I can see something on this finger. If you can see here, you've got, it's slightly red. I'm not quite sure what would cause that. Can you remember?
Yeah, so last week I was cutting my friend's hair.
Oh,
And
okay.
the scissors, we used some really small scissors and they just rubbed against my fingers.
Oh, right, so it's more of a bruise.
Yeah,
so a
blister.
deep, oh, it's blistered,
Yeah,
gosh.
that's
okay.
the end of it.
Right, so it's coming towards the end of its healing. The skin isn't broken, so it's not a huge problem, but it's good to note that if it's painful at all, or in particular, if it reacts to the oil, then we'll immediately, always got something on the side to remove the oil straight away, just in case. But it might determine which oil I do use. So one that's for sensitive skin would be better, I think, just in case. So that's where this inspection of the hand is extremely useful. So let's just check these remaining ones. There's nothing on there. There's nothing on there. I can't feel anything, any hard. You're looking for any hard bumps. And when I go through, you're not getting any pain reaction or anything like that. That's good. And how are your hands generally?
They're generally okay. A bit unloved, I think.
Yes, yeah.
They can be quite dry as well.
I'll have a look. I'm going to move on to looking with a magnifying glass in a moment, and that might help me because you can't always visually see differences in the skin surface without having a deeper look, like using a magnifying glass. And there are various types, so we've got one type here that we're going to look at, which should help me to determine whether there are patches of dry skin that need more attention. What about other areas of further up? What about your wrist? Do you ever get wrist pain or anything like that?
Yes, actually. I think my laptop,
Right.
I use the trackpad.
Yes, okay.
Often put a lot of pressure on
Yeah,
this
so
region.
this could be sort of like a carpal, because you've heard of carpal tunnel syndrome, where you're overusing something. Do you use the computer a lot?
Yes, a lot.
Oh, okay, right. And is it both sides?
No, it's just this wrist that I'm using on the trackpad.
On the trackpad, right, okay. So, although we're focusing on the hand, part of the hand massage I would always advise is going a little bit further up. And in particular, because we just overuse our wrists, and just a little bit of extra massage around this area can really help, particularly if you're overusing it constantly. I mean, is it every day that you're using?
Yeah, I think maybe the occasional weekend is not being used as much.
Right.
But...
And are you aware that with regards to usage of your wrist, you're supposed to take a rest every hour?
Really?
Yeah. So maximum sort of usage, 50 minutes, and then give yourself a 10-minute rest. Do something different. And that really, in actual fact, that doesn't just apply to the wrist. That applies to your eyes, because you're using your eyes a lot, and that if you don't do that, it could cause stress headaches. Mm-hmm. It's all related. So overuse is one of the worst things we can do, overuse of computers in particular. And it's causing a lot of issues that you could be storing up for later. So actually having a massage there should really help you, but just take on board as well, thinking about trying to avoid things for future wellness and well-being. I think thinking about these things for the future, it's worth having a massage, taking that break every hour, 10 minutes in every hour. And it doesn't mean you have to stop working. It just means maybe taking your eyes away from the screen and removing your hand from that tracking pad just for a little while. Okay. Right, so that means we've got a couple of potential contraindications. Okay. So one is this, and the other one is we've identified that there might be an issue with the wrist in terms of preventative massage there. So what I'd like to do now is look at the quality of the skin, and in particular I have this wonderful magnifying glass with the light, and that can help me just look over the skin in a little bit more detail. And funny enough, your fingers are okay. But I think it is, I don't know if you've come across this before, where you've got patches here and it's more over the top of your hands. I couldn't say whether that's linked to your overuse, but it just seems to be in that area where you're using your wrist most. I don't know if you've ever noticed that before.
Whenever I very rarely get eczema anymore, or extremely dry skin, but on both hands it's this part that will flare up. And when I was younger, my part-time job was washing dishes in a pub, and I refused to wear the washing up gloves because they felt really gross. So I think this part, which was already sensitive, got extra damaged from that.
Okay, so that needs a little bit of extra care actually. Let's just check. I can see it on that hand. Just want to check these fingers. See, the fingers are not dry at all. But yeah, this sort of area here, slightly different. Okay, so I've checked that area where we've identified the dry skin. So what I'm going to do now is just look a little bit closer at your nails to check, apart from the little bit of nail polish on the end there.
Yeah, so I had gel nails back in December. And they got so brittle and damaged that I just let it grow out. But the damage is still a bit there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's have a little look. You have got a little bit of redness around the base of the nail. Yeah, I think maybe a little bit more TLC on your hands. Do you ever use hand cream?
No, never. So there is a reason. Sorry, I feel like I'm making excuses, but a lot of them have fragrance in.
They do.
And my hands cannot take that.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe we just need to find something that is for sensitive hands or sensitive skin. Right, so yeah, I mean, I do think a little bit of nourishment around there at the base of the nail would make a huge difference to that. Not on that one. It's not every one. On this bit you've got, and again, this is just lack of nail care or hand care generally. So that's interesting, because I'm rethinking which oils to use on your hands as I'm doing this. So let's just see if we've got... So it's only some nails, but I do think they would benefit by a little bit of moisturisation at the bottom there. And the white elements in the nail, it's just down to diet and vitamins. I don't know if you take attention to what you eat.
I do take supplements, but I don't always have the best diet.
Okay, so it's amazing where that shows in our bodies, and nails it can show in terms of dehydration as well. But yeah, having a balanced diet would really help your nails, well, as it does with other parts of your body as well. Okay, I think I've got a really good idea now of, let me just turn your hands over. So there's a few things to think about there. And while I'm doing this, I'm just thinking about which are the best oils to think about while we're doing that. Just turn over a little bit. Because we often think that, you know, massage is great for us. We're all aware of that. So one of the things obviously we're familiar with is that massage really helps in terms of the overall well-being. And the benefits of hand massage are part of that. Hand massage in particular encourages relaxation by relieving tension and increasing the relaxation hormones, serotonin and dopamine. I don't know if you've heard of those at all.
No.
Okay, so one of the huge benefits about massage is that it increases the blood flow and it increases the temperature. So while I'm doing this, I can even feel your hands increasing in temperature, and that really reduces what we call restriction and allows the muscles to relax. And the reason for that is there's another hormone called cortisol, and what cortisol does is reduces and decreases the levels of relaxation, so that it causes stress and tension. And what we're trying to do through relaxation is almost reduce that hormone cortisol and replace it with the other ones, such as serotonin and dopamine. And massage really, really increases those hormones, and that just enables you mentally to relax. So it encourages you to relax and increase your sense of well-being. So if you think hand massage is just a hand massage, it's not. It's part of that overall well-being. And one of the ways that can increase that use of hand massage is through some treatments which have been used over the years, called reflexology, hand reflexology, and acupressure. And I will be looking at those in more detail at a later stage. So one of the other ways of really looking at the hands and the well-being in the hands is looking at these other treatments. One is reflexology. Now, reflexology based on the zones, so you can look at the hand almost mirroring the body in terms of these zones, and obviously you would need to look at that in a lot more detail, but those zones that match up and go up towards your body, and by pressing certain aspects in reflexology, particular reflex points along this zonal lines, can help with the healing process, and in particular with relaxation. The other one is acupressure, and that's a very, very old traditional Chinese treatment which is based on the meridian lines. So it's slightly different, although there is sometimes overlap between them, but one is based on zonal therapy and one is based on meridians. So the acupressure is based on the meridian lines, and applying pressure on these very special points stimulates the energy flow through the body. So just to note that there is no scientific evidence to support reflexology or acupressure working to help with medical conditions. It is very much anecdotal evidence, and if it works for yourself, then, and it relieves stress or it promotes healing, then it's another useful tool in the box.
Yeah.
Okay, but there is no scientific evidence to support this. But there is, for example, ways and methods that you can try this yourself. So, for example, just looking at one of these pressure points here, you've got this web in between your thumb and index finger, and if you press that in, that can help to release stress. So just by that. And then there's another point here, and a lot of these acupressure points have names, but there are about 400 of them, so it's a session on its own.
Is that 400 in the hand or 400 in the
that's
whole body?
400 in the whole body, yeah.
Goodness.
But a lot of them are in the hand. So there's one here called Hergo. And the Hergo point is at the base of the index finger, and you can use that for pain relief. So by using that as an acupressure, you put enough pressure on there, and it's known to be helpful in pain relief.
Right.
So it depends, again, it would be as part of your consultation as to what you're aiming for, as to which part of the body you could be looking at. But again, with the hand, it could be either acupressure or reflexology, or just simple massage. Anything to promote healing, encourage those wonderful relaxation hormones has got to be a good thing, even if it calms people down, so that they do feel better. Really relieving those stress hormones is the aim of some of these treatments. And in particular with hand massage, you often have tired and sore, overworked muscles in your hand and your wrist, and that can cause real problems. So tension in these areas is quite common with the life that we lead, or many of us lead, and is becoming more so with computer use. So what we need to really think about is spending a little bit more time on our hands as part of general massage, because I think when you're actually taught massage, hand is sort of like an afterthought, and I think the world is changing where we realise the amount of tension we hold in our hands and our wrists, and even actually our elbows as well, because if you think about where you sit with computers, and computers haven't been around that long. I mean, there are other jobs where you've got repetitive strain, but in particular with computers, that's brought on a lot. Okay, I think we'll start moving into the massage aspect now, which I know you're eager to do. But I think first of all, while we've been talking about contraindications and the benefits of hand massage, I think I've been thinking about the most suitable oils at the moment for what you've got, which is in particular, I'm thinking about the dry skin that we noticed here, the little bit of a mark that you've got there, so it's a little bit of bruising that you're still showing there. And I think what we'll do is we'll use a carrier oil, which is sweet almond. I think that's a really good one to use. It's very pleasant, it's got a mild scent, and it's for sensitive skin. So less likely to get a reaction with that. And what I'd like to do is mix it maybe with a drop of essential oils.
Okay.
So I think there are a number that we could think about using, because a lot of these oils have got antibacterial, antifungal elements within them. But I think we have got a few that are really helpful for sensitive skin as well, and any potential inflammation, such as chamomile is one, geranium, sandalwood, are all very good. But I think in your instance, when we're looking at something that's soothing and calming, I quite like the sound of rose.
Okay.
I don't know how that feels.
Yeah, I like rose, but I also haven't come across it that often.
Okay,
so.
all right. Yeah. So literally sweet almond oil, which is your carrier oil, or you could, in a hand massage, even if you wanted to do it yourself, you could use sweet almond oil just as it is, without worrying about which oils to blend. But as you've got me here, I think rose is a nice one. We literally just use a drop.
Okay.
In a small amount of massage carrot oil, which is just enough to do a massage. So I'm going to go and blend that for you now.
Okay.
And we will then carry on with the actual massage itself. So I'm going to put away my other utensils here, somewhere safe, so that they don't get covered in oil, and then I'll bring the instruments for the oil and the mixing bowls and the oils so that we can blend that, so that you can see how I blend that.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, we're just going to blend the oil now. So we've discussed that sweet almond oil is a nice one for sensitive skin, which is what we're aiming for here. So we're just going to measure out enough for a hand massage. And this is rose, which we decided on.
Oh, it smells lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it? Might take a while.
I remember this one being the slow one to come out, actually.
I know, why did I choose this one?
Do you know why rose is slow to come out?
Because it's a really thick oil.
Oh, okay.
Rose is quite a thick oil, so it takes a while for it to come out, but you can see that's dropped in nicely.
Is that just one drop you do?
That's just one drop that's gone in there. That's all you need.
Yeah.
You can, I don't know if you can smell that already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's down to the aromatherapist how much you want to put in. You could put a drop more in there for that amount. Right, I'm just going to pop my little pot of oil here, and I'm just going to clear this away. All right, I'm just going to place this towel here, just so that you've got a little bit more comfort, because otherwise you can get wrist strain there. So we'll just do one hand at a time. So if you could place one of your hands there.
Is it best if I roll my sleeves up?
I think if you could roll your sleeve up, I think that would be really helpful. You don't want to get oil on that lovely top.
Oh, thank you.
It's a beautiful colour.
Thank you. Do you want my right or left?
If we'll try with this one first. Okay. And we'll literally just pop a little bit here. That's just enough to get that in there. And then if you want to just rest your hand there. Just going to make sure that I've got all the oil along here. So what I'm going to start with is just a little bit of wrist movement. So putting your wrist in mine, and then we're just going to gently do that, because obviously you've mentioned your wrist issues. So we're just going to very gently move this wrist around, circle it, and then we're just going to rock this wrist slightly as well. And then I'm going to do what we call a palm massage. So that's just this area here. Stretch it out a little bit. Is your elbow okay there?
Yeah,
Okay.
all good.
Just so that we can get into this palm a bit more. Okay, and then you can rest for a little while, because I'm going to really focus on these areas. So there's like little grooves in here where you get lots of crunchiness, and you really want to get rid of all of this. See, you've got it there, little crunch. You often find around this one with the computer use, you're overusing it, so you really want to get rid of anything that's built up within these sections. And then we're just going to focus a little bit on these fingers as well. We've done the palm, so let's just worry about these a little bit. Finding that relaxing?
Yeah, it's so I was zoning out.
I know, it's amazing how much tension and stress you actually hold in this area, even down to the tips of the fingers. And just that little bit of attention. And I'm really pleased in a way. I must have just chosen rose instinctively, because that's really going to help with this redness area as well. A little bit of that essential oil around that is going to help as well. And it hasn't irritated this scratch at all, or bruise that you've got here. So you're always looking with the oils whether you've got any reaction to the skin in terms of redness. But there's nothing here, so that means the oils are really penetrating the skin well. Obviously for hand massage you can use other mediums as well. There's quite a few others that you can use, such as creams, balms, there's even waxes that you can use, but I like oils because it can penetrate the skin. Right, what I'm going to do now, we've got rid of all of these crunchy areas here, so I'm just going to do a little bit about this wrist area here. Do tell me if it's painful, sore. Definitely crunchy all along here. Don't know if you can you feel that?
I can really feel that.
It's really popping. So what we're going to do is just massage this a little bit more. That should really help with the stress there. And I would really advise you giving that some attention going forward. Maybe we'll all just have to bear that in mind and make sure we do a hand massage regularly. some circles up here as well. Okay, that's that hand rested. So if you want to swap over, okay, we'll just do the same on this side. Right. Right, okay, we'll do the same that we did on the other side, just getting some movement into that wrist. A little bit of rocking as well. And then we'll go up into the palm here. A little bit of palm stretch. And then we'll go into these hand spaces in between here. There's nowhere near the same tension on this hand.
No. It feels slightly different.
That's fine. Just the other side needed a little bit more attention.
Yeah, this is also my left hand.
Right, yeah, that makes sense then, doesn't it? Okay, so let's just loosen up these hands right to the end, these fingers rather. See how the oil actually allows you to glide. So some people use creams, and if you've really got to be careful which creams you choose. There are some new balms out which are very nice, which turn from a sort of wax to an oil. They're quite useful. But you know me, I prefer the oils. Okay, I'm just going to focus a little bit around this wrist area, see if we've got similar issues. You see there's no crunchiness there at all, so this is very much a right-handed thing. But still we'll give the left a little bit of love as well. Just turn that over and do that. A little bit of crunchiness there. We'll just massage that out. Have your other hand, please. So we're just going to finish off with a sort of joint massage, coming down. I like to finish off with a little bit of a breathing exercise at the end, just to finish off that massage. So if you can breathe with me for 3 breaths in and out. So Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Hello and welcome. And thank you so much for volunteering to model for me today. And following our discussion, we've decided that we really want to focus on giving your hands a little bit of TLC. Hands are often an area that are neglected. We use them a lot.
Yes.
Probably the most used body part, and then we tend to neglect them and not give them enough attention.
Definitely.
So I think we recognise that today. So what we're going to do is give them a little bit of a pamper. Do you want to just bring your chair in a bit closer, I think?
Oh, is that
If you
better?
can, yes.
There you go.
Yeah, I just don't want pressure on your elbows. Are you comfortable like
Definitely,
that?
yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Right, so what I'm going to do first is just check for any contraindications.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because we're using creams and lotions. You don't want any sort of scratches or blemishes on your hands that could be impacted by that, because it could make it quite sore.
Okay.
So what we'll do is check that over, have a little look at your nails, and then I will check on how your skin is feeling, and that will help me decide which treatment creams and lotions to use on
Thank
your
you.
hands. And if we get a chance at some point, we'll just do a little bit of gentle massage moves on your lower arms as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's just start first with the contraindications check. And this, as I said, is really just it. I'm going to pull your arm
Yeah, of course.
forward, but as I said, if you just relax. And what I'm going to do in particular is check over here. Right, let's just check on this nail. This really does need a little bit of TLC. Somebody said that to you before.
This one does.
Oh, okay. So what we will do, I've got some wonderful Cuticle balm, which we'll use on this because there's some real dry skin here. And do you wash your hands quite a lot? Is
I
that is
do.
that where this is from?
I think as well, yeah. Regular washing and sanitising, that kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we don't realise the things that we use on our hands, really, the impact that it has, the type of soap that we choose, all that sort of thing. So harsh chemicals, particularly with soaps. Yeah, this does need just a little bit of attention. I'm just going to check. That's absolutely fine. So it's really the nails that need a little bit of focused attention on that side.
Thank you.
Let's try this one. Yes, again. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely in need of some pampering.
Oh.
You will feel great after this. Just, there's no scratches or no bruises that you're aware of.
No, I've just got something slight on that finger, but it's going down on that one. But
This one?
Yeah, that's very slight, but
I
yeah,
saw
not
that
here.
earlier. It's
Yeah.
not broken or anything,
No.
so. But what I will say to you is, because obviously this is the first time we're using some of these creams and lotions, if you feel it tingling or there's a reaction, let me know.
Of course.
Because I can immediately take it off. I always have a bowl of water here to cleanse that. And I've also got toners and things like that. But I can immediately move creams off. But if you get like a tingling sensation, particularly because your hands are quite dry, then you might find they're a bit sensitive.
Okay.
But any sort of reaction, then just shout, and
I will.
We'll do that.
Thank
So
you.
what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cleanse your hands, basic cleanser, and just so that they're nice and clean, ready for us to do some work on that. Nice and cooling on the hands, yeah. Turn that over. Start of your little bit of pampering. I'm going to do the same on the other side. And then we're going to clean that off. Just a basic toner, because sometimes you don't realise actually your hands need this. You automatically do it on your face, don't you? But you never think of doing this on your hands and looking after them. Nice and cooling
It's
on
lovely,
the hands.
yeah.
Yeah. And now we've got them nice and clean. And then we're going to clean them even more because we're going to do a little bit of an exfoliation on there.
That's good. Thank you.
A little bit of pampering.
I do feel very refreshed.
Right, this is an ocean salt scrub. So we're just going to take a bit of this out so we don't waste any. And it's a little bit grainy, but that will help with trying to get some of this dry skin off that you've got there.
That's lovely. That's very nice.
It's actually quite therapeutic.
It is,
you wouldn't
isn't it?
think having something
Never thought of doing this
grainy
before.
would help, but
It smells nice as well, doesn't
it's lovely. Yeah, I've got various brands with me today. This is a Lush one, actually. I don't know if you've ever been past Lush.
I have, yeah.
It's amazing. Just going to turn it over a bit. Let's try and get this in. You've got like a dry skin patch. You know when you have treatments, I mean the arms and the hands is glossed over.
Yes, that's true.
And one thing that happens is you get sort of lots of oil and treatments, but they don't go into these parts. And this is where you get quite severe dry patches. They're in the ends of the fingernails, which you've got here.
That's interesting,
So
isn't it?
it is.
Never would have thought about it.
No. Okay, so just relax that one. We'll do the same on the other side. It almost feels like refreshment for your hands, doesn't it? Get rid of some of that dry skin here on the sides. Yeah, your hands are actually responding well to it, so
That's good.
right. So I'm just going to rinse this off. And then we'll come back and move on with the treatment. Right, we've washed all that grittiness off, which is lovely, and hopefully that's taken off. Well, it has. I can already see it's improved the skin quality where those dry flaky bits were already. So what I'm going to do now is just use a little bit of coconut oil, just to enable me to do some basic massage moves. Just to give your hands a little bit of a pamper there.
Thank you.
And they will feel very well looked after then. Just going to do a little bit around these wrists as well. Bit of tension there, so because you use your hands
Keyboard.
for keyboard, right? Okay. So you've got a little bit of what they call sort of crystals. So it's a build-up of lactic acid there.
Okay.
So you can feel it popping all around there.
Oh,
so
really?
just this simple massage move is really, really helpful. Okay. Just gives that area a little bit of attention. And then if we turn your hand over, we're just going to do the same on the other side. And then what I'm going to do is just do what we call a little bit of a palm stretch. You can see here, you've got slightly swollen areas on your hands, so actually massaging that out is really going to help. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's lovely,
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
Again, another neglected area.
I was going to say, you just don't really appreciate it, do you?
There we go. There's that popping again. Let's get rid of those. Okay, just relax that one, and then we'll do the same on the other side.
Coconut oil's lovely, isn't it?
It is really nice, and I like it because it's got what we call a fast slip or light slip.
Okay.
So it's not like a heavy oil that can stop you doing massage and adding that in. Give this just a little bit of attention. Just going to do. See, this hand isn't so bad.
Right-handed.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine, but it's still nice to give it a little bit of a.
That's interesting, that.
A little bit of care. See, again, you've got those swollen areas. skin patch just there. That's unusual. But... So, do you use hand cream?
Yeah, I do. I use evening primrose. That's what I've done,
Yeah. So, I think one thing to remember is when I'll show you when you put your cream on and you're doing this.
Yeah,
you're actually missing this
missing
out.
that. To be honest,
And you're missing this as well.
Okay.
So you're missing that and this bit here.
So I'm focusing more on the tops.
So you're just doing, you're literally just doing that.
Okay.
So it's only going to get the bits like here.
So I need to get more into the depths. Yeah. Okay.
Because otherwise it will get worse. It will start really feeling quite dry. But that's giving it a little bit of pamper so far. Okay, so what I want to do now is just focus on these cuticles that we spotted earlier a bit. So let me pop that down there.
I do feel very refreshed.
Right. So what I'm going to do, if you move, that's it, so that I can just focus on these cuticles. And you only need a tiny bit of this. This is cuticle butter. And it just makes a difference to those areas that we spotted. So you can use this, get a similar tool. I mean, you can buy cuticle tools. It's just I find these much more hygienic. And then just rub it into the cuticles there. It seems to be at the sides that you've got the dry skin. So it's well worth doing that. And if you do it on yourself, I find it quite therapeutic.
Yeah, it's quite relaxing.
Relaxing, yeah. A little bit of hand care goes a long way to really making you feel relaxed. Okay, right, this needs just a little bit more. Do you find you get little rag nails and you pull them?
Occasionally,
they get
caught.
caught.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what's happening here along this side. We'll put quite a bit in there. That will hopefully help that.
Thank you.
Not so much on this one. It does seem to be this hand, the right hand more than the left.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why I'm using a separate Q-tip for each finger, it's because if you have the slightest bit of fungal infection, I mean, I can't see any, but if you do, then you can transmit it.
Right.
So it's best
I
to
appreciate
really
that.
be
Cautious,
wary,
isn't it?
cautious, yeah. And you can buy ones that don't cause harm to the environment. So
Yes. You can buy them specifically for cuticle ones.
yeah,
those,
you
can't
can.
You?
Yes,
Right.
yeah. I do go through a few. These are made from wood, so paper. Remember in days gone by, we used to have the old, really plastic ones. Just have so many of them, but these are much better for the environment.
No, that's really good. Thank you.
Go. Take that off my hands. So that's the cuticles done now. And then I've got a sweet wild orange balm, which I'm just going to use just really on the inside of the hands, so that they have a little bit of an extra boost that's needed. So if you turn that hand over for me, I'm literally just going to put this in here.
Oh, that's ever so refreshing.
It's lovely, isn't it? Just gives you an extra bit of a boost there where it's needed. It's got like an orange scent to it, which I find really nice. You don't need much. This is a balm, so it's really focused on those areas that you need that extra attention. Okay. I do find when you go to Lush, they're very generous with their little tester pots.
Good, isn't
so
it?
if you're not sure, I mean, I do buy quite a few products from them, but if you're not sure, it's worth going in and asking or having a little play. They've often got things that you can practice with. And I find their staff very informative as well. Sound like an advertising. I'm not really. There are other places that give you advice as well. But if you're looking for samples, they definitely have those. Right, so what I'm going to do to finish off is do an overall hand cream.
Okay, thank you.
This one is jasmine and rose.
Oh, lovely.
So if you like things with scent in them, I feel that that's part of your relaxation.
Yes. Yeah, that's nice.
Some people, though, have sensitive skin, so they can't use that. But I just find some of the aromatherapy oils in there really add to that element of relaxation. And if you're going to pamper yourself, you can literally buy these hand creams and they last for ages.
You don't need too much, do you? No.
Still got some on my fingers, don't want to waste that. Make sure it's in the right place. Here we go. That's that one.
That feels lovely.
Good. I'm going to do the same on this side. As I said, you don't need loads.
No, really nice.
And I just find some of the scents are quite relaxing.
They are.
Here we go. Lovely. A little bit of pampering. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. You're more than welcome. But for aftercare, I would suggest maybe doing this periodically would help. And in particular, the cuticle do need a little bit of attention.
That cuticle butter you were saying.
Or something similar. And then when you're putting on your hand cream, if you just make sure that you're covering, in particular, the palm, this area.
Yes, thank you for that advice. That's good.
And this, I think, if you could massage this area a bit, there's quite a bit of swelling there. So it's just where you're overusing that. And this area here we spotted on this hand in particular, but I think that's worth giving some attention to.
Thank you. brilliant.
Okay. How does that feel?
Very relaxed.
Good.
Yeah, very calm and very just lovely.
I know, just giving them some attention. It's amazing what a little bit of TLC
I've never had
on your
this
hands.
done before, so really lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much for coming in today for a wonderful, relaxing hand massage. And I think this is a very good choice for you, as it's going to encourage that element of relaxation that I think you want at the moment. We'll really look at relieving any tension in your hands and your lower arms through a hand massage. So if you can let me have a look first at your hands and your lower arms, I think what I will do is just do a quick check for any contraindications that would prevent me doing a massage. I can't see anything obvious, but it's always best to check, and you'll find I'll touch parts of your hands as well, and that's really just to check for any tender areas or areas that you might not realise that you've bruised that we would need to avoid in the massage. So I'm just going to get my magnifying glass and I'll do that check first, if you're happy with that.
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay. Right, so what I will do is start a little bit further up here. Nothing feeling tender up this part of your arm?
No.
No? Okay. Just going to roughly go over these. And I notice we've touched on this damaged nail before, haven't we? But it's not oozing, it's an old injury,
Yep.
which is healing nicely. So we'll just be a bit careful when we massage that. But as I said, it's not got anything open. Okay, any tender areas on your arm there at all?
No.
Okay, we have got a slight, you can feel that with your hands, there's quite dryness there, which is...
That's where I normally have my watch.
Oh, okay, that may be, yes, that may be. So maybe some TLC on that area in particular. We've got some nice massage oils that we can use to put some moisture back in there. So nothing feeling tender at the moment there. Okay, let's swap over and we'll just check this arm as well for anything at all. Nothing feeling tender or bruised. Let's turn over for me. There we go. Yes, you haven't got that dryness on this side, so that it possibly could be where your watch is. And then we've got this slight swelling on these areas here, which is your arthritis. So what we'll do is take some extra care in this area, probably more of a lighter touch when we get to that, rather than what we're doing on some of the other fingers. And this just happens, you know, as you get older, it does happen. But it is useful to have massage on there to stimulate the blood flow, definitely. Okay, I think we are good to go there. Okay, one of the reasons, obviously, hand massage I think is going to be really useful for you is to get rid of that stress hormone cortisol and replace it with those lovely serotonin and dopamine feelings. And massage really helps with that, and I think enables you to mentally relax, creating that overall sense of well-being. But I'm a great one for my models being very much part of the process. So before we get to the massage, we've got a few decisions to make. So what I thought I would do is give you a little bit of choice in terms of what essential oils we're going to add to our cleansing and massage oil. So just to start with, I've got some non-perfumed cleanser, and it's always best to make sure that you take off any impurities that are lingering on the hands before you massage with massage oil. But what is quite nice is to add a couple of drops of essential oil into that. So the first thing we need to do is actually get you to choose some essential oils that really appeal. And what I've done is I've picked 4 middle notes of my essential oils, which I think might fit with what you need at the moment, but you only really need to pick one of them. They're all really suitable, and in particularly for aging skin that needs a little bit of extra care, particularly over that dry area.
What does middle notes mean?
Well, it's interesting you should say that. I've got quite a few videos explaining that aromatherapy essential oils basically have a top, middle, and base note, and they do different things. And in particular, the top note is only around for a little while. It's quite volatile, and they're often quite sweet citrusy notes, whereas a middle note, which is why I've chosen these as well, is quite a balancing oil, pulling the top note and the base note together, and they're often floral in nature. And then you've got the base notes, which last quite a long time, and they're quite grounding, lots of woody and spicy scents in there. And a good aromatherapist for a body massage or something like that will give you, will talk you through what is best for you in terms of the oils, because they've each got different therapeutic values, and give you the best advice and the best mix. But it takes a long time to understand how to blend aromatherapy oils, and in particular for an aromatherapy massage. So I thought it would just be a bit of fun today. So what I thought I would do is just let you smell some of these oils, and then if there is one that appeals more than the rest, that's geranium. That came out very quickly. So this one is geranium. I don't know if you want to smell that yourself.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. And I know you're not used to aromatherapy oils, so this will be an interesting experience to introduce you to some of them. So that's geranium, quite flowery, quite floral. This is lavender, which you may have.
It's not coming
smelled
out as
before.
quickly.
No, it's not as runny.
Doesn't smell as strong.
No, geranium is quite a strong one. Then we've got chamomile. I know you drink tea, don't you? Do you drink chamomile tea?
Not very
No.
often. Just
It's not as you expect
No.
at all, is it?
No, it isn't.
No. And then the last one I've selected is rosemary.
That's quite strong.
It smells like rosemary if you have it
It
in
does.
herbs. Or, I think it's one of the most realistic. When you say rosemary, that's what your rosemary smells like. So out of those four, did you want to...
So that's jasmine.
That is geranium,
Geranium. This is
lavender,
lavender,
chamomile,
chamomile.
and rosemary.
I think I'll go for the chamomile.
Chamomile, okay. That's absolutely
It's
fine.
not the smell that I expected.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think chamomile is much milder than you expect, definitely. So what I'm going to do first of all is cleanse your hands with this cleanser, but what I'm going to do is just put a drop of that chamomile actually into the cleanser. You don't need to put a lot at all. If I get you to smell that first, so that's got nothing in it, doesn't smell of anything. And then what I'm going to do is just literally 2 drops in there is plenty. Just give it a bit of a stir. You can smell the difference there already.
Oh, definitely different.
Yeah, makes a huge difference. Just 2 drops I put in there. It's huge. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and I have washed my hands. So we're going to take that, and we're just going to cleanse one hand and the lower arm, and then it's nice and cooling on the skin as well. Make sure we've got it on the inside there as well. And it's a nice cleanse there. And we're going to do the same on the other side. And this is really part of the relaxing experience. It's just the whole thing just allows you to switch off for a little while as well. Okay, what we're going to do now is actually remove the cleanser with the equivalent of a toner for your face. You know, when you cleanse your face and then you tone it. But this is an interesting product. This is a floral water hydrolate, and this is a lavender one. And it's the water that's left after the essential oil's been taken out. And it's lovely. It's very cooling on the skin. And that's just going to take any excess off that's left behind. How does that feel?
It's nice.
And then we'll do the same on the other side. I like these hydrolates. I've only started using them recently, and they're very pleasant to use. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mix the massage medium that I'm going to use. And one of the first things you need to do when you're putting essential oils in is have a carrier oil, because they're too volatile and too toxic to use on their own. They're very intense, and you can get skin reactions to them if you put them directly on the skin. So the best thing is to dilute them in a carrier oil. And the one I've got here is peach kernel, which is really nicely runny for dry skin, because you want one that has what we call a little bit of a slip to it. So if you had something like olive oil or castor oil, that wouldn't allow me to move across and glide across the skin, whereas something like this, which you can see is quite clear and fine, allows you to just move a little bit more. So we're going to take that chamomile and there we go. You don't need a lot at all. And that's all we need for this. I'm just going to stir this slightly. Yeah, it's nice, it's pleasant, isn't it? So what, to give us just a little bit more space, I'm just going to move this out of the way. So that just gives us a bit more space to work with. And then what I'm going to do is just use the massage medium that I've created just to enable me to have enough on there to do a bit of a massage on these areas. Are you comfortable there, or do you need another towel under your elbows?
I'm fine
there. Okay. Yeah, these need a bit of work. You definitely need a bit of TLC on these arms, I think. And on the hands. So that's hopefully what you'll get out of today. So what I'm going to do is do a little bit of massage on these arms, and then we'll come and focus on the hands as well. And this will really get the blood flow going, releasing any stress that you've got. Actually, this doesn't seem too bad, this one. I think you're more tense on that arm.
I'm left-handed.
Left-handed, of course you are, yes. Okay, that explains that. That's absolutely fine. Okay, just do a little bit more. This one. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is just gently de-stress these fingers. If anything's tender, do let me know. I'm going to avoid that nail that we spotted earlier. Just going to massage into these spaces. Ooh, lots of crunchy bits there. That could just be a build-up of all sorts in there. Best to get rid of it. Yeah, we use our hands so much. Actually, sometimes people forget that our hands need as much TLC as anything else. They don't really get enough attention. Even people, when they go for a body massage, the hands might get a cursory move over it. Okay, I'm just going to massage this bit area here as well. You can really smell that chamomile. It's lovely. That's Roman chamomile, really nice. Okay, what I'm going to do now is just massage these fingers, and then I'm going to work the palm as well. So this should give you a nice stretch here. Okay. How does that feel? Is that really relaxing?
It's nice. And the oil isn't too strong, so it doesn't make me cough.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you've got a very good point there. Sometimes the oil that you're using, and maybe that's why you went for the chamomile one, because the others would have maybe made you cough. So instinctively you probably went for an oil that's not going to do that. So if you want to relax that arm, I will focus on the other one. And actually it's useful if you let the oil sit for a little while we're doing this, and then we will wipe it off obviously before you go a little bit, take off the excess. But let's just work this on first. We turn that over. I'm just going to work this area. This is so much tenser. Yeah, you can really tell that you're left-handed. It must be the muscles on this arm are really stressed at the moment, so we need to really get into that area. As I said, it's not an area that we really pay much attention to, is it? But it really deserves some attention. Let's do the other side of that. Obviously, you don't do the same moves. If you're wondering why I'm doing different moves on the inside to the outside, because obviously you've got many more bones here. You can't do that. Okay. I'm just going to do the inside. So let's just do that. Now what we'll need to do is be very careful in these areas, because actually this one's quite swollen as well, isn't it? That one, yeah. It's just, it still needs to be worked, but just the amount and the ferocity of the massage needs to be really, really pulled back. So very gentle, because it's important that the blood circulation still works there. Okay, so let's give this palm a stretch as well. Oh, there's a whole bunch of crystals in here. I think that's, as I said, just this side you're using a lot more. But it does it the world of good to have that. And what we're also doing here is we're making sure you can see that massage medium is going right into that area of dry skin that we spotted earlier. That will really help. Your hands will feel great after this. I think we'll just give this one more. If we do that, I think that might work a bit better, because we need to get the blood flowing in this area, but just very gently. Okay. How does that feel?
It's nice. Bit sticky.
We will work on that. So we're going to use the towel to clean off the excess.
Okay.
Because obviously you don't want that when you're going out. But it's just leaving it there for a few minutes just to work into the skin. That's going to really help any of the dry areas you've got as well. but I feel this really suited you. So we'll have to make a note that it's more the milder essential oils that work for you, and we'll make a note of that. So if you want to lift your hands up, what we're going to do is just use the towel to take off the excess. That's okay, we'll do the same on this side. Now, obviously, if it's on your body, you would just leave it. But because you're using your hands all the time, obviously that's going to be difficult to do. Okay. Right, just check that you're happy you've taken enough on, because if not, I can use the hydrolate to take some more off.
It is quite sticky still.
Okay. Let me just get some hydrolate and we'll do that. So I know you're going off to drive a car, aren't you? So you don't want stickiness like that. So what we'll do, yeah, let's remove that off there. Do the same on the other side. It's actually quite cooling to have that on as well. There we go. Is that enough?
Yep, I think so.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, but they feel so soft and so much better. And actually, I feel that you're less stressed. You've got less tension there as well. So, you know, that's not very long at all. It's just giving an area of your body a little bit of attention for a little bit of time makes all the difference. So thank you for sharing that with me, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. I have been getting lots of feedback on the hand reflexology video that I did, and many of you seem to have a real interest in this. So I thought I would continue with this theme today. I have got a small injury on one of my fingers, so I can't actually treat anyone today. So instead, I'm going to do some hand mapping because I want to carry on doing some videos for you, and I thought that would be a useful way of getting these reflex points into my head so that when my injury does recover, I can go in and do some reflexology treatments. I've actually found an old study book which has some really clearer hand reflexology pictures, much clearer than the ones that I've seen before. So what I'd like to do is have a look at some of these, looking at the palm of the hand first. So this is your left palm here, and I'll look at some of these areas which are quite clearly labelled here, and we'll look at those in a bit more detail. So that's the left palm, and then we've got the right palm here as well, which we'll look at in a little bit more detail. Okay, and once we've looked at the palms, what I want to do then is look at the top of the hand, which we know as the dorsal, and look at the areas that are covered on the top of the hand. So this is your left dorsal, and this is your right dorsal over here, which we'll look at in a little bit more detail. So one of the ways of looking at this is either you can, if you're trying to get it into your own head to do self-reflexology, is to use a little stick or a pointer. Got a stick like that, which is suitable. Another tool that I do have is a pointer, which you can use as well, but I actually find a stick is quite light and you can pinpoint things quite easily. So we can literally work our way around the palm of the left hand, covering some of these areas. I'm going to roughly get some of these areas into my head so that I am familiar with them. So at the beginning here we've got the ovaries and obviously the testes in a male, and then going along here across the thumb here we've got the neck and the thyroid, then along the spinal column at the top of the thumb here you've got the brain, the pituitary on the inside of the thumb here, and then we can go around to the top of the fingers where you've got the sinuses. Then coming down, got the eyes, and obviously you would use your reflex technique to really push on these areas and stimulate these areas to create energy to flow through these areas and release any blockages. Here we've got the ear. Then along here you would work the shoulders. And just as an example of one of the moves, this is called a walking move. So you would do that. I'm doing it at slow speed, but you would probably do it faster in your reflexology moves. So that would be the shoulders. Next here you've got the spleen, and underneath that the pancreas. Then you've got the stomach area here, and the solar plexus here, which is your energy centre, and that one you could put quite a lot of pressure on to release any blockages there. That does get blocked. Then coming down to here you've got the pelvic areas around here, and then you've got the prostrate and the uterus, not together, but prostrate or uterus there. Right, okay, we're going to move on to the right palm now, and obviously there will be some similar things, but there will equally be some different areas of the body on here. Right, okay, so we'll start with the testes or ovaries here and the pelvic area, so very similar to the other side. Then on this side you've got the gallbladder here, just on this side. You've got the solar plexus again, and the liver. There you've got the shoulder, and again the ear, the eye, Then down in here, the throat area. And then coming down, you've got the adrenal area, the kidneys, the bladder, and the prostate or uterus there. I'm going to move the book slightly over so that we can get the dorsal images into the picture a bit more. Now we're going to look at the dorsal side of the hand. So we'll look at the right one first. So here you've got the spinal column along here. You've got the lymph drainage here. You've got a very large chest area here. Then you've got the shoulder and the breast area here. Going down to the lymphatics at the bottom. The fallopian tubes just above that. And then the lower pelvic area here. And that's the right dorsal. Okay, right, we're just going to look now at the dorsal on the left hand side. So we're going to start over here on the thumb with the cervical area and the thoracic area, and then the lumbar sacrum, the lower pelvic area, which is this large area here. Again, the fallopians, the lymphatic area. Then on the edge here, you've got the knee, leg, hip, the lower back area that you would work here. Then you've got the arm just here, the shoulder, and then you've got the ears and the eyes, similar to the other side. And for those of you that are eagle-eyed, you'll see that this particular picture starts talking about meridian lines, which we're not going to go into today. We can talk about those another day. But if you're interested, you can see some of the names of them there. There are 14 meridians altogether in the body, and there is quite a lot of crossover between acupressure, which are along the meridian lines, and reflex points. And I suspect that's why they've got it in the diagram here. But you've got some of the main meridians talked about here: the small intestine, the heart, the circulation meridian, the endocrine meridian here, the large intestine, and the lung meridian, which are some of the main meridian channels discussed. But as I said, we'll look at that another day. So I'm going to start this self-reflex routine by working the lung and breast area. So gently walking along these areas, and then do the same on the other side. Right, okay, so we're going to continue working the breast and the lung area on the top part of the hand. Then what we're going to do is work the heart, but that is on the left hand only. So using the right thumb, we'll work over the heart area on the left palm. And I'm only doing these movements once, but generally you would do them 2 to 3 times. So then 4 is work the sinuses. So work the right hand first, using the left thumb to work the reflex points down the length of the thumb, and then all of the fingers. Don't miss out that one. It helps to clear the sinuses and any problems with that area. Then you would work the eye just by pushing in. So on number 6, working the neck, thyroid and throat. With the left thumb, work the thyroid reflexes, which form a ring around the base of the thumb. Then working the coccyx, hip and pelvis. You use the 4 fingers of your left hand to apply pressure to the outer edge of your right hand. Start on the lower edge, then edge up the side to contact the reflexes for the hip and pelvis at the top of the hand. So we're now working the coccyx, hip and pelvis, so using the 4 fingers of the left hand to apply pressure to the outside edge of your right hand. Start at the lower edge to contact the coccyx, then edge up the side to the hip and pelvis area at the top of the hand, and then repeat on this one as well. Then we work up the spine. Oh, I could feel that. Then working the brain, use your left thumb to work the top of the right thumb where the brain is. Apply pressure, hold it for 5 seconds and then release, and then we'll just do it once, but you do that 3 times. Then do that on your left hand. Use the left thumb to work across the right thumb, starting below the nail and following the lines. Okay, so we're working the face and teeth. So using your left thumb, work across the right thumb. And do the same on the other side. Releases any blockages in that area. Then we're working the shoulder, just this area here. And often you can feel in this area a little bit of crunchiness, which is the toxin build-up of lactic acid. Then do the same on the left side. Those shoulder areas. So working the knee and elbow. Just work that outside area. And do the same on the other side. Then we'll move on to work the liver and gallbladder. The reflexes for these are only on the right hand. So you use your left thumb to work the area that's indicated here, which is sort of level with the thumb. And you would do that so that you cover that area. So you cover the liver and the gallbladder. So probably covering 3 lines there. Then you would move on to work the stomach, the pancreas, the spleen, and the solar plexus. So the reflexes for the stomach, pancreas, spleen, and solar plexus are on the left hand only. So you use your right thumb just to cover those. So then we work the intestines. So using your left thumb to work the area. Covering the colon and the small intestine. Then you work the bladder and the urethra, which is this area here. Then the kidneys, which when you're practiced you can actually locate and feel. Then you can work the uterus with the left thumb. A slight, what they call a hooking move here. Then the ovary and groin area. And then very last is working the fallopian, which is to the bottom, as we indicated at the very beginning of the video. And that brings us to the end of my first go at a self-reflex routine that I have not done for many years. It's not perfect, but actually it's really interesting to look again at some of these moves. Some of them need refining, I think, but on the whole I've got a really much better idea So thank you for coming on that journey with me today. Hello everyone, and welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to talk to you about self-care, and in particular focus on hand care using a paraffin wax pot. I was in my loft a few weeks ago and came across some of the equipment that I used to use in my old treatment room, and I found my old paraffin wax pot. I used to use this for manicures and pedicure treatments and for pain relief, which I'll talk to you about a little bit later. For those of you in the UK that might remember a high street store called Woolworths, I remember purchasing this from that store, which is obviously no longer with us. But I remember it with fondness. I bought a number of my products from that store, and it just gave me a few ideas that I could hopefully share with you and share how I used it many years ago. So one of the things I want to talk about at the beginning of this treatment is the benefits of paraffin wax baths, as they're called. And these can be used for both cosmetic and therapeutic benefits. Cosmetically, paraffin wax is often applied to the hands and the feet. The wax itself is a natural emollient, so it helps to make the skin supple and soft. And when it's applied to the skin, it adds in moisture. It can also help to open up pores and remove dead skin cells, and then it leaves the skin looking fresher and really feeling quite soft and smooth. It can be included as part of another treatment, and indeed I used to include it as part of a hand or foot massage or an advanced manicure or pedicure. So looking at the other side, which is the therapeutic benefits, paraffin wax can be used to help relieve pain in the hands of people who suffer from things like osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, and other joint mobility issues as well. It can help with. The reason for this is that it acts as a form of heat therapy and can help to increase blood flow in those areas, really relax the muscles in those areas, and really help with joint stiffness. The paraffin wax is tested in a laboratory to make sure that it is safe and hygienic to use, and it's completely natural and has a low melting point. Now that means it can be easily applied to the skin at a temperature that is low enough to not cause burns or blisters. You do need to be very careful with it. Wax needs to be very carefully handled, so always follow the manufacturer's guidelines and always buy your wax, your paraffin wax, from a reputable source. You should not use paraffin wax if you have things like poor blood circulation, numbness in your hands or feet, because you won't be able to feel the depth of the heat, diabetes, or any rashes or open sores. And a good therapist will check all of this before they allow you anywhere near the wax. In the UK, this treatment is used in many hospitals of the NHS, particularly in their physiotherapy sections. So if it is used with care, it can help with pain relief. However, you must always consult with your medical practitioner before you decide to do that. So let's take our paraffin wax and add it to the wax bath. You can purchase wax in different forms. One form is as a block, such as this, which is unscented, which you can pop in. But you know me, any opportunity to add an aromatherapy oil, and I must say I prefer to use wax pellets such as these ones, and this one has tea tree and peppermint already in it. So what I'm going to do now is open this bag and put the wax pellets into the paraffin wax bath. So I'm going to open the bag now. And we are going to use the whole bag. Just going to pop this in. The smell is already incredible, and actually the uplifting nature of those two oils will add to the overall atmosphere of relaxation and a sense overall of well-being. So the wax bath, which I'm going to turn on now, will take about 3 hours to heat up. So you do have to plan ahead if you're doing this treatment on yourself. So once this has melted and fully melted, I will check and show it to you once it's in its melted form, and I'll rejoin you once it's actually ready. Hello and welcome back to this video on self-hand care using a wax pot. The wax in the pot has been melting for around about 3 hours, and for the last hour I've turned the dial right down. This is so that the wax is not too hot to use, and you can see already that the wax pellets have completely melted, and I've put a grate in the bottom so that if you do touch the bottom it's not going to be too hot on your hands, and that also helps to contain any impurities that fall to the bottom of the pot so that you can clean it out afterwards. One thing to be wary of when you're dealing with wax is that it can get very messy. So you can see I've already got some plastic here covering the towel that I've got, and the towel is covering the table, and that's deliberate because wax can get everywhere. And what you want to make sure of is that you have everything that you could possibly need to hand and within reach, because once you start getting wax on your hands, then it becomes a little bit challenging to do certain things. So one of the first things I do want to do is wash my hands. So I've got a bowl of warm water here, and following on from the tea tree theme that's already in the wax, I thought I would put a couple of drops of tea tree oil So if you add that to the warm water, and that will diffuse, and the smell adds to the overall atmosphere of cleansing and nourishing. So literally just want to make sure that my hands are scrupulously clean before I progress. So after I've washed and dried my hands, what I tend to do is just give myself a quick check over for contraindications. And again, if you're having this treatment done on you, obviously a good therapist would check for any contraindications first. So in particular, what you are looking for is any cuts or bruises or open sores in particular that you might not have picked up just by glancing at your hands. So it's always worth just giving them a little check just to make sure that there are no contraindications at all. And it's surprising what can actually cause you problems with this. So things, for example, like paper cuts can be a little bit sore, so you don't really want those. But you need to make your own judgment call as to whether they're severe enough to stop the treatment. Or the other things, and I do get these on the edges of my nails, is rag nails, which if you've torn for any reason can be a little bit painful when they hit the hot wax. So again, you need to make a judgment call on that one. But generally, my hands are good to go. What you can also do is add a cream to your hands, and that's primarily because it helps you to remove the wax later in a much more easier way. But generally I don't find I need that, and once I have my hand in the plastic bag I'll show you later, the wax seems to come off quite easily, but it is there if you need it. The other thing I would strongly advise you to do is to do a last minute temperature check, and the way you do this is just to dip in and just test here to see if the wax temperature is sufficiently cooled down enough for you to do the treatment, and that's absolutely fine. You can just rub that off. You can see it's coming here, which is why I've protected the table. So as I said, especially when it's crumbly like that, it can get everywhere. So there are two methods that you can use, and I will demonstrate both methods, one on one hand and one on the other. You're aiming for 6 to 10 layers of wax to really cover the hand. If you only do one layer, it becomes too thin and it will become very crumbly. What you're looking for is a smooth build-up of layers, and then the wax will retain the heat and also will come off much more easily in one go. Now, some people prefer to do both hands at the same time. When I'm doing this on myself for self-care, I find that's quite challenging to do. So I look upon this as a little bit of me time. If I've prepared enough, I can do a little bit of wind down time after work, and that way I work on one hand first, and then I go and have a little bit of a relax while the heat is penetrating through the wax into my hand, keeping it nice and warm, and then I'll go and read a book or do something else that relaxes me, or just literally sit and chill for 15 minutes or so. Then I'll take the wax off that hand and I'll then do the other hand in the same way. So the first method I'm going to show you is what we call the brushing method, exactly as it says. So you literally dip a wax brush in and you literally start building up the layers on your hand. Now, if obviously the wax is too hot for you at this point, do immediately stop and turn the dial down. You wait till that's cooled. And then you go again. I find this quite relaxing. And you keep going like this till you've got 6 to 10 layers, I think is the norm for it to penetrate the warmth into your hand. Right, I think we're at number 4, aren't we? And you can see how it slowly builds up the layers. Okay. Okay. So about 6 layers there. Make sure you've got somewhere to put your brush down. And then, so that we keep this warm, we'll pop the lid on. Now your next stage is to make sure that you've got some plastic sheeting. These often come with the product, but you can buy them separately as well. Some people have plastic gloves which fit over the fingers as well. I find those quite fiddly. So I find the plastic bags much more easily to manage. And also you can see clearly how your hand fits in there. And you can feel the warmth of the wax going into the hand. Now, just to add some added warmth, you can buy some special gloves and mittens that go over the top of this as well, really just to keep your hand nice and warm and add to the warmth while you're relaxing. And once that's ready, I would suggest you go away and just relax for 15 minutes. As you can see, I find it quite difficult if you're now expected to do the other hand. People do, because I'm about to dip in and show you, prefer to do it that way. But as I said, I find that challenging, so I prefer to do it this way. And I don't mind stopping and going off and relaxing. Now, obviously, normally you would go away for 15 minutes and relax, but just in the interest of the video, I'm going to remove this because I think it's cooled down enough for me to remove it. So just for the purposes of the demonstration. And obviously, because it's clear plastic, you can see how easily the wax actually does come off. Here you go. Pop that to one side. And you can already feel that your hand is much softer than the one that you haven't done. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the second method that some people prefer. And this involves you putting your whole hand in and taking it out. You only need to go in quickly and dip it in. Just wait till it cools. That's the second one, and just slowly layer up as you do this. Once again, make sure that the temperature is comfortable for you, that you've turned the dial right down. Yep. And for those that are using this for a heat treatment, obviously just make sure that you have spoken to your medical practitioner. Indeed, you really need advice on the best wax pot to use for your particular condition so that you do the right thing. And particularly if it's a home treatment, you want to make absolutely sure that you're doing everything right. So you can see it builds up quite quickly. That's a quick dip in and out. Doesn't take long to build up. Now I'm sitting down for demonstration reasons, but you might find it easier to stand up and dip in, whatever is comfortable for you. Just be aware these wax pots are very light, so you need to be very careful when you're pushing down that you don't push the bowl over. That's the last one. And again, you can do what you did on the other side. Pop the plastic on and that will retain the warmth and the heat. You can again put the mitten on, which will give it some added warmth, and then go off and continue to read your book or relax. Just have a little bit of chill time. I've got a little reading nook in my bedroom where I just like to relax and chill and read either a book or on my Kindle and just switch off particularly if I've had a hard day at work, this is a way of me just switching off and having some warm treatment and really having an impact on my skin, which as I've got older has become very dry, and I find this really hydrates the skin well. And 15 minutes should be long enough for the wax to have cooled down so that it's easier to take off. Right, obviously you would take 15 minutes, but it's possibly cooled down enough for the demonstration that we can actually, again, pull off the wax. There we go, you can feel how soothed that has worked. There we go. Now the wax that I've just taken off, you can, if you want to, just bin that. The wax that is in the pot can be reused if it's just you and it looks clear. If there's the slightest element of impurities in there, then obviously pop the wax into a plastic bag. Be very careful when you pour it, and it will harden, and then you can pop that in the bin. If you're using this on clients, obviously you can't reuse the wax. Some manufacturers do provide you with bags that you can put the wax in, which makes it easier to remove. But once the wax hardens after it cools down, it's impossible to get it out of the pot. So you need to put it into something else while it is still in a melted form. So one of the other things at the end that is always advisable to do is you want to retain that moisture that you've got in the hands. So one of the things to do is to take something like a coconut oil, carrier oil, and just rub that over the hands, and that will help to retain the moisture that you've got in the hands. It will also take off any remaining residue of that wax. Okay, that's the end of the treatment today, and hopefully I've introduced you into the possibility of self-care with a wax pot. Obviously, reading the manufacturer's instructions and being cautious with that. But if this is something that works for you, then by all means you can see how straightforward it is to use. And thank you for sharing in one of my old finds that I found up in the attic, and it's still working well today. So I'm happy to share that experience with you. Thank you. Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
And thank you for coming along to your treatment today. And we're going to really focus on the hands today because they need a little bit of care and attention at the moment. And what I'd like to do is, first of all, just check that there are no contraindications that would prevent me doing the treatment. So we're going to do that to start with. And then we're going to do a proper cleanse and tone of the hands before going into massaging them and really de-stressing this area, which I know gives you a lot of stress because they are used quite a lot. So let's start with just looking at potential contraindications. So I have my wonderful magnifying glass here. just to check over these hands. Actually, put that one to one side there, and we'll just focus on this hand first. And I'd really like to just check on the sides as well there. And I'll just run my fingers down as well to see if, as I'm doing this, there's anything that's tender. And do tell me if anything feels a bit strange as I do this. And then we can just check. There's a slight blemish here. Can you remember what that is from?
No idea.
No, they're just general cuts and bruises that we get on our hands quite a bit. It's not open. It doesn't hurt to the touch.
No.
Okay. So I think we'll be fine with that one. Nothing hurting at all.
No.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just going to check these nails again. Got lots of edging on the nails here. So rough skin. This could definitely do with a little bit more moisture around this to stop the sort of white flakes that you get at the bottom here. So we'll watch out for that one. That feels okay. Do this one. This one here. This one here. Just want to check. An area which is, I can feel it's quite dry at the moment, is right in the middle of your palm there. So we'll give that a little bit of extra attention. And we did have, I think the last time we did a hand treatment, we had some dry skin in this area, but I can't see any there today. I'm just going to look at the other side there. No, that's absolutely fine. Just look at this hand as well. And again, if anything is sensitive to the touch, then do let me know. Sometimes if it's sensitive, it means there might be a bruise or something like that. I think got a few little scratches there, but nothing open. Nails are slightly better here, and then there's this one that needs maybe a little bit around the cuticle area there. Okay. Nothing sensitive at all.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Again, a little bit of dryness right in the centre of the palm there. But no dry skin. Just a few little blemishes, but as I said, nothing broken or nothing on the skin that is open that would prevent a treatment from taking place. So thank you for that. Okay. So I think what I'd like to do is do a little bit of a cleansing routine just to make sure we get any impurities off the skin, and any dry skin or flaky skin that is on there will remove. And what I thought we would do is literally just take some normal cleansing cream, and it's got no perfume in it, and we will add our own scent, our own aromatherapy oil to that. So what I've done is I've brought out 3 oils that are useful for dry skin in particular, and useful ones that are used in hand care preparations. So I thought if I could get you to smell these and choose. And what we're actually going to do, a little bit unusual, is we're going to actually add a couple of drops of the one that you favour into the cleansing cream. So this one is tea tree.
Nice.
It's quite herby and medicinal. That one's quite nice for a cleansing routine. I think that is nice. This next one is rosemary, which is very good for dry skin in particular.
Yeah.
Always reminds me of the garden.
It smells just like it, doesn't it?
That one I always find is very true to life, so it's very true to the smell of the plant.
Yeah, it feels like you're actually smelling the plant. Yeah.
Okay, pop that on there. And then we've got lavender, which is always a good all-rounder.
Thank you. Yeah, that's nice.
Does one sort of come out as striking you as something that's sort of pulling you towards it?
Tea tree, I think.
The tea tree. Okay, I would go with that actually. It's got an element of cleansing in there. So what we're going to do is we're literally just going to put a couple of drops in there. Right, I'm just going to mix it with this because I've got this to hand at the moment. And that, yeah, that makes a huge difference. She's got you to smell the cream beforehand.
Yeah, it smells lovely though.
But because it's unscented to start with, you can literally just add in what you feel like adding in at the time. Just don't overdo it. You know, 1 drop, 2 drops is absolutely plenty for what we need it for. And then we're literally just going to use this to cleanse. Do one hand first. This is literally just to get off any impurities and really relax the hand as well. Make sure we get everywhere. And leave that to rest for a moment. Right, so we've cleansed. Now what we're going to do now is use something called a hydrolate, and this is a lavender one. And that is really just to comb the cleanser off, as you would with your face. You've got that cleansing, toning routine. If you want to give your hands a bit of a pamper, you can follow the same routine. And actually that lavender smells nice as well. Do that again. It just takes off any excess cleanser. And the lavender's not too powerful in this at all, because the hydrolate is the water that's left after the lavender has been taken out, the essential oil has been taken out. There we go. And it's really nice for cleansing. Okay, I'm just going to remove this and then we're just left with the massage oil. So what we're going to do now is move on to the next stage and focus on really massaging and de-stressing the hands. So I thought we'd use something with a light slip to it, which is coconut oil. So I'm just going to pop that in there. Okay, so that's the coconut oil. And then we're just going to use a bit of this on each hand just to give it a bit of a massage. So thank you. You've sort of automatically taken one of your hands away. Are you okay with your elbow like that, or would you like another towel underneath it?
No, it's okay.
It's okay. All right. So I'm just going to stretch this area out a bit. Just massaging these areas is very beneficial. what we're aiming to do here is really decrease any stress and tension we've got in this area. I think you do quite a lot of desk work, don't you, and typing, so, and particularly if you're right-handed, it can show in terms of the stress on your hands, and just giving them a little bit of TLC now and again. So I'm just going to massage that palm, in particular this area which we spotted was dry earlier, so just going to make sure that it's really soaking up all that coconut oil, and your hands will feel lovely and smooth afterwards. Just want to turn over here and just massage these areas, because particularly here I can feel this already. There's a few crunchy points, which means there's been a little bit of a stress and build-up of lactic acid in that area. So let's just massage these spaces out here. Right, and then what I want to do is just massage a little bit about this area here, this wrist. Yeah, see, that's quite tight there. This should really help. How's that feeling?
It's lovely, yeah.
All right, let's pop that to one side, and then we'll do this on the other hand. Shoot, that coconut oil's nice and light. I think that's just what you needed. You needed a soother massage. Your elbow still okay there?
Yeah, it's all fine.
Good. And just massage into these fingers. There we go. I'll just turn over and just do the palm. Just make sure all of that oil is getting into that dry palm area. Let's swap over and just do these spaces like I did on the other side. So there's hardly any popping here. That probably indicates obviously that you're very right-handed. So that's just soothing out anything that could be building up in terms of stress and tension. Just going to do some inner circles. An area that often doesn't get massaged is this front of the arm here, and actually quite a lot of tension sits here. Okay. Okay, so if you can relax the hands there, so we'll move from the massage to looking at the cuticles that I mentioned earlier. And I've got some products that are particularly useful for that cuticle area, so I'll just go and get those. So the final stage is just to give these nails a little bit of TLC, and I've got this wonderful Lush product here, and you don't need a lot of it. And obviously if you use something like an earbud or something like that, then you're not wasting the whole product. So you're just putting on as much as you need. So you just pop this in that cuticle area. And I know we had a couple of nails, didn't we, that really needed some extra attention, like this one. And you pop that on, and then literally rub that in. And that's really going to help to penetrate into that nail area so that you haven't got those little ragged edges. It makes a huge difference, just this tiny little bit of action. It's really going to absorb into there. Then take another one. So what some people do is they put their fingers in and then you can't use the product because you've contaminated it. So by using a little earbud like this, you just save all that product. A little bit of product can go a long way then. Plus I find these earbuds quite good to get precisely into the areas that you need. Okay, how does that feel?
Yeah, that's lovely.
Lovely and soft, much softer than when you started with. So just massaging them and giving them a little bit of attention, they now feel de-stressed, and we've totally relaxed that area, given them some TLC. They're like new. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for coming and volunteering to model for me today.
No problem.
And what we're going to do today is focus on giving you a very relaxing aromatherapy hand massage.
Lovely.
And one of the reasons we decided that was you were feeling lots of tension in your hands and your lower arms in particular. You were doing a lot of work on the PC, and
Definitely.
I think that
Yes.
has had an impact on that. So we will work on really pampering these areas.
Thank you.
And really getting a little bit of relaxation into these areas which are quite tense at the moment. So before we start, I'm just going to do a quick contraindications check.
Okay.
Particularly because we're going to be using aromatherapy oils in this. So I just want to check that you've got no cuts or bruises.
No.
Is there anything you're aware of at the moment?
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll do a quick check before we go any further. Just got my magnifying glass here. And I'm just going to quickly run through. And what I'm looking for here are any paper cuts,
Okay.
which sometimes you don't see.
No.
But if you put oils aromatherapy oils into them, it can hurt. So we don't want any of those or any bruises. I'm just going to check on this blemish here. It seems to have healed up. Was it a while ago?
It was over a couple of weeks ago.
Okay,
now,
yeah, it'll be fine. It's drying up nicely, so. Okay. While I'm doing this, if anything feels like it's bruised or anything like that, then let me know.
Okay.
Just going to check your arm there. Can't see anything obvious on there. Okay, we're just going to do the same with the, let's do the arm bit first here. And then I'm just going to check these fingers. Got some dry skin here. And actually we're going to use aromatherapy oils, so that will really help with that dry skin. And we've put a plaster over your ring because we're using aromatherapy oils.
Thank you for that.
Just as a cautionary measure, because you're struggling to get those rings off.
I am.
Okay. Don't worry, the plaster will just cover it just in case there's any reaction. Nothing feels tender or anything like that?
No.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I think you'll really benefit from some relaxation. I think maybe some increase in blood flow, I think will really help. So when you relax, you increase the hormones serotonin and dopamine.
Right.
And that really helps you to relax further and get rid of all of this tension.
Lovely, thank you.
Okay. Reduce those levels of cortisol that we don't want.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Right, so what I'm going to do first is, in a moment, get you to wash your hands.
Yes.
But what I want to do first is choose an essential oil that works with what we're proposing to do, which is relaxation. But also, I did notice on this area of your hands, you've got quite a bit of inflammation. So I'm hoping the aromatherapy oils will help with this as well. So we'll work on that as well as the massage.
Thank you.
And reduce the inflammation in there. But I'd like you to help me choose the aromatherapy oils.
Lovely, thank
Do you like aromatherapy
I do,
oils?
very much. Yeah.
So I think the carrot oil that would be good for this is coconut oil. So we're going to start with that. And I don't know if you're aware, if you use essential oils, you've always got to put them in some form of medium.
I was aware of that. Yeah, that's useful to know.
And coconut oil, I think, is a good one for you to use. But what I thought I'd do, just for a bit of fun, is look at some of these oils and see what properties they've got, and then see if there is one that really draws you in.
Lovely, yes, thank you.
We're only going to really use it for cleansing and a little bit of a mini hand massage.
Oh, that's lovely.
I think one is probably going to be sufficient, but any of these would be suitable.
Okay.
So I thought we'd have a look at them and then start to choose. So this one is chamomile, and it's Roman chamomile.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
It's nice.
Oh, that is nice.
So it's very calming and soothing, well known for those properties. In fact, what we'll do is we'll put a drop on there and make sure that we put that in the right place, because then you might want to have a rethink and choose between them. And Roman chamomile, I always find, is interesting. It has such a pretty floral, but
really
really
nice.
calm scent. And the reason is it's the flower heads that they pick, very small flower heads that they pick, very labour intensive to get that essential oil. So often it's quite expensive, chamomile, or this Roman chamomile in particular. So another one we've got here is geranium.
Oh, that's nice.
It's
Floral.
nice,
Yeah,
floral.
yes,
Yeah,
that's
much
really
more
nice.
floral. So, and it's like a fresh
Very
floral.
uplifting kind of.
Exactly. So it's got slightly different properties to the chamomile. You're going to end up having a problem. You're going to like them all.
Yeah. Well, they're lovely.
This one is juniper berry.
Juniper berry. Okay.
It's quite a light but fresh aroma.
yeah.
It's very subtle.
It's not instant. It's sort
No.
of, yeah, that's lovely.
Reminds me of gin and tonic.
Yeah.
Okay, that's juniper berry. Next we've got French lavender.
Oh yes, very calming lavender.
Very calming. Yeah, now this one always surprises you. It doesn't smell how you think lavender is going to smell.
No, I do like lavender. It's one of my,
Yeah.
I do like that.
It's got quite a strong aroma, this one, the French lavender one. I have got another lavender, which actually I do prefer to use, but for what we want to do, this French lavender has
That's nice though, that one.
some really powerful cleansing properties. You can smell it when you smell. It's not sort of the beautiful floral aroma. It's got a cleansing tone through it, which is interesting. Then I've got marjoram. I don't know if you...
I haven't, no, not if I smelt it, but I've heard of it.
Unusual one.
Oh yeah, that is a little different.
It's quite a herby
Yeah,
aroma.
you can really, definitely, I see. That's quite different
all
from
quite
the
different,
others.
yeah. Put a slightly different one in there for you. And then last, but hopefully not least, we've got rosemary.
Oh, that's very nice.
It is nice, very nice. And this one has really a number of well-being properties. I mean, you've probably heard of rosemary
I
being
have
used
heard of it, yeah.
quite a bit. And I have loads of this in my garden as well.
Yeah.
And this, funny enough, does smell
really nice,
like the rosemary in the garden. And it's very good for inflammation, so that might appeal to that. So what I'm going to get you to do is there a couple that immediately sort of strike you as...
I mean, I really do like the rosemary one.
Right,
I do like
rosemary
that
one,
one.
so-
So the rosemary one, and I think the chamomile, if I could maybe just smell that one again.
Okay,
That's just,
yeah. So, and hold that one in your other hand.
Thank you. Oh, I think it would have to be the rosemary.
Rosemary,
but equally, very nice.
It's
but
lovely, yeah. Okay, that's great. So I'm just going to remove these so that we don't get that
Thank
in.
you for showing me all of those.
It makes it interesting.
Yeah.
I love aromatherapy oils, and I love playing around with them as well. So we're going to use the rosemary. So the first thing we're going to do is actually just use it as a cleanser. And we're just going to put a couple of drops in here. Diffuse that. And it's just got an oh, actually you can smell that.
I can
as well.
smell it, it's lovely.
Just got an added element there. And actually if you just rinse your hands through and then dry them on the towel.
Thank you.
It just adds that added cleansing element to the treatment. And then what I'm going to do is just mix this in front of you. So we just want, I think, for a hand massage, we don't need loads, so we'll just do 5 mils of coconut carrot oil in there. Oh, you can really smell that rosemary, it's lovely. And then we're going to put 5 drops in with, so we've got 5 mils. I think an extra one went in, but we'll not worry too much.
That's fine.
It's beautiful,
That is
isn't
nice.
it?
That is really nice. Yeah, I really, really like that one.
Okay, and so there's just enough here for a lovely hand massage to help you relax. But as I said, part of the treatment is you really being involved in it. It's just something that I do that's just a little bit different.
That's really nice.
So let me just... Can you smell that?
Okay, it's so
amazing.
nice.
Yeah.
It smells even nicer as it's being rubbed in as well.
I'm just going to turn your arm over there, and we're going to do some circles on this where you've got your tension here. Have you got enough support there?
Yes, thank you. Very comfortable.
This gets rid of all of the tired, overworked muscles that you've got there. They're very tense actually, so you definitely need this.
You can feel it as you're massaging it, yeah.
Well, massaging, it's well known, it just reduces stress levels, boosts your circulation, helps with lymphatic drainage, even this small massage here. Especially when you've identified an area that needs focused attention.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, if you can put your elbow there, I just want to work on these wrist areas a bit. So I'm just going to circle this. Now if you want to put your fingers in mine, I'm just going to do a little bit of rocking here. And this is because your wrists are really tense.
Yeah.
So maybe you can do this when you're sat at your desk.
Yeah, this would be good.
Yeah, good exercise to do. Right, and we're just going to release some tension in the thumb and finger area. Right, I'll just massage these gently. That helps just to release the tension in your fingers. And then what I'm also going to do is work a little bit on the inside of your hand here. And especially, you know, we had this inflamed parts here. Unfortunately, inflammation does come with age as well. Yeah. And it's worth trying to give some TLC to this area just to release that a bit. So what I'm going to do is just do some gentle palm massage moves here. And that should really help you. I think what potentially is happening here is you're bunching over the keyboard.
Positioning.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe have a look at that. But this will really help. Right, we're going. How's that feel on that side?
Very relaxed. Lovely.
I think that's also the
Yeah.
aromatherapy oils.
It's very nice though.
Okay, let's do the other hand. Hopefully we can get this to feel the
This is
same.
very nice, yeah. It's amazing how different they do feel between the two.
Yeah, this one's not as tense, is it?
No, I think it should be correct with
Yes.
this. Yeah.
Right, before we do that, we just circle this. Yeah, there's no popping. There was a little bit of popping on the other side with build-up of lactic acid, I think, on that side, which causes those, the little pops you get under the skin.
Yeah, this does feel slightly different
Yeah.
around that area.
Okay, if you just pop your fingers into mine, we're just going to rock this slightly. Let's get a bit more movement. You see, that's much looser
Yeah,
on the
it
other
is, isn't
side.
it?
Yeah. So that's just overuse.
Didn't realise.
Yeah. Well, you don't.
No.
Let's do the inside as well. Let's just get some more oil. I've got the last bit. And I think that rosemary as well is going to really help with some of these swollen areas. So it's amazing if there's an essential oil that you really like.
Yes.
It's worth maybe doing a little bit of self-care as well. I mean, I love it when you come.
But in between times,
in between, yeah. Just a small bottle of coconut oil and maybe rosemary and chamomile was the other one you liked.
Yes.
And the therapeutic qualities of those oils are immense. Let's just do that again. I think because this is a little bit of a relaxation session, what I'd like you to do is draw some breaths with me to help you relax even more, and we'll get rid of any lasting remaining tension. So if you breathe with me for 3 times.
Okay.
So in through your nose, out through your mouth.
Okay.
Okay. Number 1. And again. Last one.
Oh, very lovely. Thank you so much.
That's amazing. Okay. So just a little bit of aftercare advice. Obviously, you can come to me anytime. But maybe purchasing just that one carrot oil and a couple of your your essential oils. Just be careful with the amount that you mix. You can always ask me for advice, but 5 mils for something like just on your hands with 5 drops is more than enough.
Yeah.
Probably don't need that. You've just got to be careful with particularly some of these essential oils. They're very concentrated.
Right,
So
yes.
you do have to be careful with the amounts that you use and must always put them in either a carrot oil or sometimes if you've got an unscented hand cream,
Okay.
you can actually put a couple of drops of essential oil.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then you get the well-being properties from the essential oil included in that.
That's a good
but
idea.
literally maybe with you, just when you're overdoing it on the PC, just do a little bit of self-care by rubbing these areas and your palms in particular, I think. But
Yes.
if you look here, this swelling is coming up here.
Yes.
And I know you said you were going to work on trying to get your ring off as well.
Yes.
I think that might be a good idea. And really just that. So it's something you're maybe
just
not
some-
aware of.
Yeah, just a movement like that.
And you can even do what I've done there, just massage your fingers a little bit. And obviously stay hydrated, things like that, in particular when you've got inflammation coming in the body. Because unfortunately, as we get older, we do get inflammation and we start getting things like arthritis, but we can do our absolute best to maintain what we've got.
100%, yes.
Yeah.
Thank
So,
you. It's really
you know,
useful advice.
No, you're more than welcome. And thank you for
thank
coming to
you.
see me today.
Thank you very much. It's been lovely. Thank you.
And welcome today. And you've come along for a hand treatment today. So what we're going to do is just set the scene for the room and then we'll start focusing on your hands. So what I've got is this wonderful diffuser. I'm going to put a few drops of this relaxation blend, which is pre-blended, into this oil burner. Right, I'm just going to pop this oil burner on. And I'm just going to move this to one side, but the oil you can already smell. It's beautiful relaxation blend. That blend will permeate the room and add a sense of relaxation, which is what we're aiming for today. So you've asked for a relaxation massage, but focused really on your hands. So if I could have a look at your hands. Actually, first of all, could I ask you just to pop the sleeves? I don't want to get oil on your wonderful cardigan there, your wonderful top. Okay, so as with all treatments, what I'm going to do first is inspect your hands for any contraindications. So just to make sure that there's nothing that I can see that would stop me doing a treatment on you. I'm just going to have a quick look myself with and feel with my fingers, and then I'm going to turn to my wonderful magnifying glass, which gives me much more of an intensive look. I can't see anything at the moment, but let's get my magnifying glass out and actually have a good look. So if you could pop that hand to one side for now, thank you, and we'll just focus on this hand. So we'll just focus along here. And what I'll do is just touch, and as I go down, if anything feels slightly bruised or sensitive, then do let me know. It does look as if you've been giving these hands a bit of care and attention actually. So they're looking quite good. It could be that you're more in need of a de-stress massage in this area rather than moisturising. See, that's absolutely fine. You pop that down and swap over. Lovely, thank you. feeling quite nice and smooth. There's nothing with rough edges, no broken skin, nothing sensitive at all, nothing felt like there was a bruise there or anything. Okay, that's lovely. So that now we've done that, that means we can go ahead. Okay, let me just check with my, I know it's a reflexology tool, but it's really useful if you've got any small bruises or anything like that, or any sensitive areas. Was that sensitive there? Or maybe it's just ticklish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to tickle there. Nothing sensitive at all.
No.
Okay, let's try this. The inside ones we're looking at there. This. This is actually an acupressure tool, and you can use it to really push in on the acupoints, which we might talk about. But I quite like it as a reflexology tool to really check for sensitive skin. I sometimes use it to explain where the zones are in reflexology. So sometimes I use it as a reflexology tool and sometimes use it to find the acupoints on acupressure. And they're all useful treatments to know about when you're thinking about the hands in particular, because obviously you can do hand reflexology on the hands. But let's focus today on really de-stressing and relaxation. So, talking about relaxation, I have this wonderful natural room spray, which I'm just going to use. And you only need a couple of sprays, and it's long lasting and really adds to the overall atmosphere that you're trying to create, which is relaxing and de-stressing. So what I thought we would do also is let you have a little bit of a choice, because we're looking at a relaxation massage here on the hands and the lower arms. So I've decided on the best carrot oil for you based on what we've discussed, and this is sweet almond oil, which gives quite a good massage slip when you're doing a small area like the hands and the lower arms. So we'll use that as the carrot oil. But then what I thought I would do is give you a choice of a few aromatherapy oils, some which I don't believe we've used before. And this gives you the opportunity to participate in deciding what makes you feel relaxed and what doesn't.
Okay.
And then we can really focus on putting that in with the carrot oil and then continuing with the massage. And what I've got, which I find really useful, is these are actually strips where you smell perfume, but actually they work really, really well for aromatherapy oils. So let's look at some of these. And that is a chamomile. So I'm going to pop that there. I'll pop it round the other way actually.
Oh. Doesn't smell like what I thought it would.
No, chamomile never does. It's one of those interesting ones. The next one here is geranium. What I'll do, if I pop them round that way, you can take it, and then I'm just going to write chamomile on this before they all get confused. So that's useful. Then we know which is which. Let me just move this towel out the way, and then we can move that there. I want that there.
Is that? Oh, yes. Oh, I see, yeah. So this is the one you've just given me.
Okay, so this was geranium. So, how did you think that smelt?
I liked it, yeah. I think they're all quite new to me that I don't
Yeah.
really know.
Another new one.
What's this?
This is called Juniper Berry.
Oh, okay. That's really nice. It smells very edible, almost like.
Yeah, it's quite a new one for me.
Mm.
It smells like Christmas.
Yeah.
Something on it.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of Christmas.
Oh, just put it. Okay.
A few more. Very different smells. This one again, another new one, is Mei Chang.
Mm.
Oh, didn't want to come out, and then it did come out.
It suddenly came out loads. Oh, wow. That one's lovely.
Isn't it nice? It's much more subtle than you think it's going to.
It's a bit like ylang ylang.
You think it's going to be quite exotic and whatever, and it's quite nice and pleasant. It's not overpowering at all. And this last one, do you want to have a guess?
Lavender?
No.
No?
Begins with M.
Melissa.
Melissa.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me get away from that. There we go. I just thought that one would be an interesting one to put in.
Okay. Oh, that's quite similar to the Mei Chang, actually.
It is. I thought that when I smelt that. And Mei
these
Chang's
two
new
are
to me, actually.
Really similar.
Yeah.
I can't actually tell the difference.
I thought that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if you did a blind test, you just wouldn't know. Yeah.
I suppose the question is, in terms of what we're aiming for, which is relaxation, do any of those appeal to you to help you add to that relaxation? Yeah, have a go again. So that one's your chamomile. So nice and calming. And some of these are just pleasant.
This geranium used quite a lot in things. I feel like I recognise the smell.
Yeah, lots of perfumes.
And then the
Juniper berry we said was like Christmas.
Yes, yeah. A bit of a grassiness to it.
Yes.
Do you have a favourite from these?
I like them all, that's my problem. So I quite like this, where I'm actually getting people to choose what appeals to them, what really, draws them to the oil.
I'm thinking Mei Chang. I really like
It's
it.
a new one to us, I think.
But it's
I do like it.
not new like the chamomile smell. I expected it to smell like the tea.
Yes.
And then it doesn't
no.
at all. And it kind of threw me off.
And that does have relaxing properties, but then I thought we've used chamomile before.
Right.
So I thought maybe look at some other ones that we haven't used.
Lovely. I don't know anything about it either.
Very subtle.
Yeah.
Why don't we go for that one and see what happens?
It'd be fun to see if you can, when they're all mixed up, tell which one is which.
Tell which one's which. Oh gosh, that would be a blind test for me, wouldn't it? Okay.
That would be a fun video. I can test you on them.
And these I just use within sock drawers or things like that, so they don't get wasted then. So let's just put this together, just enough for hands, so we don't need loads. And then literally just, this came out really quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
So be patient and do it gently. One more, there we go. Oh yes, you can smell
It's
that.
lovely, isn't it?
That's nice. Yeah, it's a very subtle, pleasant aroma, isn't it?
Yeah, I really like it.
But sometimes it's nice to be involved in your own treatment and deciding what to use. And sometimes we instinctively know what's best for us.
Yeah, it's quite fun being able to see them all like that, and with the writing as well, I can remember which is which, and really go with that gut feeling of which one I feel like would be best for the treatment.
Yeah. So what we're going to try and do now is really focus on relaxing these areas which have been a little bit stressed because of the volume of work you've been doing, and we'll really focus on relaxing them. Okay, so if you want to pop that to one side for now, we'll just focus on this. And then I want to talk a little bit about the benefits of massage, really. I know we're just focusing on hands, but I want to really stress the importance of hand massage, really, and these gentle effleurage strokes, really aiming to reduce the tension in this part of our body, really increasing the blood flow, which really encourages the increase in the right sort of hormones that you want, and really reducing that cortisol hormone, which is the stress hormone, which you don't want. You want to really try and get rid of that and encourage what I call the good hormones, serotonin and dopamine. And massage just does that. Even a brief hand massage like this, and just setting the scene, that having a bit of me time, just that overall relaxation with not many products, just a few products. You can do this on yourself as well. You don't have to go to a therapist necessarily. Obviously it would be nice as a treat now and again, but I just think even pampering yourself, doing one hand at a time, is really helpful. Just overall encourages that sense of well-being and looking after yourself. Just massaging out any tension you've got in these areas here. There's a bit of popping going on here. So that can just be a build-up of stress. You're maybe using that joint or overusing that joint because you're right-handed. I mean, that area probably would benefit from the regularity of a hand massage in that area. Just go into that palm. Just feel instinctively where you need that massage. I'm just going to do the inside of the arm here as well. Sometimes there's a build-up of stress in this area as well. It's not too bad. It all seems to be around this area. But if we release this, then that whole area might relax slightly as well. And just that lovely bit of TLC really helps. Okay, if you put that to one side, let's focus on the other hand and lower arm. suspect we'll have less.
It smells
You're
so
enjoying
nice,
it,
yeah.
it's enjoying the smell of Mei Chang. When I do this next time, I think I need my little chart to remind me of the where it's come from. I've got a lovely chart with all the flowers. I mean, you can't retain the number that we look at. I mean, I own about 50 now and I can't retain everything, but it would be useful to, next time we'll aim to have a bit more information to hand. Okay. But you're right, this beautiful, subtle, very delicate floral smell. Let's just get into these spaces here. That's not too bad actually. What I'm liking about this is the length of time it's actually staying around the smell, because that's nice. Let's just work on that palm a bit. Yeah, you can definitely feel a difference between your right and left wrist. So that's something to take note of for future. I mean, do you take breaks when you're working on the PC?
Not really, no.
Because you're supposed to, I think I might have mentioned this in the past, you're supposed to take a break every hour. You're supposed to work maximum of 15 minutes if you're using your wrist all the time. It's your wrist that you're trying to protect, because otherwise you could end up with things like repetitive strain injury, which is painful. You want to avoid that. So thinking about this early on could prevent some things happening later. And not just for your wrist, but your eyes as well need a break from the screen. It's not saying you can't work, you can just do something else, just don't focus so much on the screen and the keyboard. What might help as well is thinking about some other treatments. You've got things like hand reflexology, which might help. We were looking at those zones earlier. That could certainly help to relax this area and de-stress that area. And also acupressure, looking at particular points. So it's worth looking at those and seeing what suits you best. But I think in this instance you're really responding well to just a straightforward hand massage, and that hasn't taken long at all, and with a few products. Really nice. Let's just do a gentle bit to finish, and I think because it's a relaxation massage, if we could do a little bit of breathing as well. So if we breathe for 3 moves together. So another one. Really relax with this last one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, and thank you for coming in today. So you've expressed an interest in hand reflexology, as at the moment you can't have foot reflexology due to surgery, and you've expressed an interest in hand reflexology as an alternative. So when I suggested that I needed some help with going through some of the reflex points on the hand, you kindly volunteered to help me go through that. So I'm very pleased that you're here today and that you think that's a good idea.
It is. I'll be interested to see what you advise.
Okay, that's lovely. So hopefully you'll at least get an insight into what hand reflexology is all about. So what I want to do first is just give your hands a very quick check over for any contraindications. We know there's a major contraindication for your feet, but I'd like to just check over the hands, if that's okay with you.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, right, if you want to pop your hands there, and what I'll do is I'll just grab my magnifying glass and I'm just going to pop this on, and what I'm going to do is just check over the hands carefully, and I'm also going to feel with my fingers, and if anything is painful at all, or you feel the slightest bit uncomfortable on anything, do let me know, because there possibly could be some bruising. And it looks like you've got some bruising on that nail as well there. Is that an old injury?
It is. It's been there for about 2 years.
Okay. But it's not open, it's not weeping or anything like that, so there's nothing to prevent us actually massaging it. We might, just when we get to that area, be a little bit more gentle. Is there any residual bruising at all?
No.
It looks like just the nail's badly damaged, so at some point it might well need looking at further, but at the moment I think the massaging might actually help with some of the dryness there. Okay, if you could turn the hand over as well, and we'll just check. There's potentially a bit of dry skin there, but nothing feeling painful or tender.
Nothing.
Okay. I can feel a little bit of dry skin in this area here. That is quite common. I think with a lot of people, when they put hand cream on, for example, they always miss this part out, and then you get a build-up of dry skin. So we might give that a little bit of extra attention. Okay, but nothing, I'm aware of the nail and we'll work with that, but as I said, it's not open or sore, so we can work around that. So let's move to the other hand. And same, if you feel anything that's tender or feels uncomfortable or irritated, then let me know. But actually there's hardly any blemishes or bruising. Often you get people who've got cuts and all sorts, but this is fine. Okay. Yeah, I can feel that dry skin patch on this hand as well. Okay, there's a little bit of swelling here. Is that arthritis? Right, okay. So it's good to be aware of that. Okay, I do think there is a bit of a dry patch here again, so we'll treat that when we get to it. But apart from that, that hand is perfectly good to go. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so what I want to talk to you before we go into looking at the reflex points is just a little bit about the history of reflexology, and it very much has its origins in Chinese therapy, and then in the early 1900s it was translated into what we call zone therapy. And actually I have a picture of zone therapy here, where they start to begin to understand that when you press something in one part of the zone, it can have an impact along other areas within that zone. So quite interesting to look at as well. And then in about the 1930s, we had somebody called Eunice Ingham who started plotting the reflex points on the hands and the feet, and actually she did the ears as well. And then it became possible to have this alternative therapy of not necessarily just the feet reflexology, but doing that on the hands, which is great for people such as yourself. When you can't work on the feet, the hands are a really good alternative. And it means you can still get that relaxation and that treatment. And if it works for you and helps you with your overall sense of well-being, then it's really good as an alternative. Is that something that might appeal?
It's quite interesting to know a bit about the history.
Yeah.
To put it in context.
Yes, I think it's really helpful. I've also got another picture here, which is quite interesting. And this is by Stephanie Sabuchian, who I've used on some of my other videos. And she correlates here the sort of body across to the hand. So this one's particularly aimed at hand reflexology, the whole textbook. I find it totally fascinating. But you can see here where she's got the head at the top of the fingers, and we'll look at some of these points in a bit more detail in a moment. And then literally going down the body and how it correlates across to the zones on the hand. So I find that totally fascinating subject. Obviously, it still, as I said, needs some scientific work done around it, and a lot of that is down to funding. We need some more scientific evidence, particularly with its relationship with helping with pain and increasing blood flow, and whether that has an impact on people's pain areas. So there's still work to be done on that, but there's lots of anecdotal evidence of people saying that reflexology just works for them. So it's interesting. So how do we think it works? So the whole idea is that reflexology stimulates those nerve endings that send signals up the spinal column to the thalamus in the brain, producing endorphins. And when the reflexology points are activated, and obviously we'll look at some of those points today, when they're activated correctly, it stimulates the body's nervous system to react, sort of giving benefits such as we've focused on relaxation. It improves circulation. It looks at blockages along those zone lines, those energy lines, and tries to stimulate the body into clearing those. And of course, obviously having the idea of a treatment where you can relax, removing some of the stress of the day is always absolutely helpful. So what I'm going to do is bring over my main reference manual, so I'll get that now. And this is the one I mentioned to you. And this is the Complete Guide to Reflexology by somebody called Ruth Hull. And one of the reasons I like to use her text is that her pictures are very visual, and you can just visualise where these points are. So what we're going to do is, to help you understand reflexology, we're going to use one of these tools. These are all reflexology tools and acupressure tools, which is another alternative another complementary form of treatment. And I think the one that is going to be easier is this slightly narrower pointer. We can find the reflex points a bit easier. And we'll just put these to one side. So I'm going to turn this to me a little bit more so that I can see it a little bit clearer. And what you need to be careful of is if you're using these diagrams yourself, the best way to understand what is the left and right, especially if they haven't written it there, is to work from the thumb, and that will explain that more easily. Right, so we're going to start with the right plantar, which is the right palm. So if you put that to one side, or you can relax it there if you want to. And we're going to start with the thumb and just work our way around some of these points. And she's nicely numbered them for us. So it's a matter of finding them here and then pointing to you what that actually covers, which is quite fascinating in a way. So the first one, for example, here, we've got number 1 is brain and sinuses. And you can see that number 1 is documented here. So it's really at the top of your thumb and the fingers there, which is quite interesting. That what you will end up doing is just pushing very gently on there, and you will find when we do a full treatment that you'll feel that very subtle movement. People say they feel a very relaxing energy going through the zone. So point 2 we've got is here, and that is the outer ear. So when you're massaging this reflex point, sometimes you might feel something going on in your ear. It's quite incredible. And then 3, which is the middle area here, is your inner ear. And then 4, which is this one, actually is your eye area. So people who are having eye areas, obviously the therapist would work and massage that area a little bit more. So they would go in and actually massage that and work that area very subtly. And the pressure is different for each person. The more experienced you become at reflexology, the more you work at a way that is in tune with your client. So then we have number 5, which is interesting. So that is on the edge of your thumb. So it's the outer edge of the thumb. So it's just this area here, and you would push down on that with one of the reflex techniques, which I would go through with you when you came for a treatment. I'd warn you which types of methods of treatment I was going to be doing.
And will you also say how hard?
Yeah, I would always check that because, and in particular because you've got arthritis, you need to be extremely careful how much you push. You need to gauge with your client and any responses, and you pull back if it's too much. But very much you need to say, absolutely, don't be afraid to say, no, don't do that. Right, number 6 is the pituitary, which is just in here. I'm not pushing today because obviously we're really just gauging your interest and exploring the subject, absolutely. Number 7 is the shoulder, so we're going right over to this side. So you would work this area here. And then number 8 on the other side is the neck and thyroid, which is over here. And obviously the therapist is using both hands, so one would do that, and then as immediately as you finished, you'd use that hand to do that and focus on that. 9 is, now this is quite a large area, it's the chest and lung area. So this is this huge area here which needs to be worked, because obviously it's covering a huge area of your body as well. So you would work along that area. And then we've got the heart, which is over this area. So once you've done the chest and lung, you would go and do that as well. Then we've got the interesting one, which is the spine. And this is all along here. So you're going to be having the therapist working up and down that area, which is the spine. And then 12, you've got the diaphragm area, which is a sort of, sometimes you can actually see a line here, but if not, you need to put a, you can see the start of it there. The diaphragm line goes across the hand and is actually quite a good location point for you to measure wherever things are.
You said that bit was a bit dry.
Yes, yeah. It could be related to that. Right in the middle of this diaphragm line, you've actually got the solar plexus, which is like a mini sort of energy centre. And you often feel people going like this, thinking, you know, their solar plexus is right there. And you need to gauge again, once we start treating, how hard to push that, because sometimes you've got to push quite hard. And you can feel there's almost like a crunchiness in that area if the solar plexus needs clearing. It's quite interesting. And then you have another huge area here, which is the liver, which is just that area there. Then 15, which is the gallbladder, so coming down from the second finger, which is roughly around that area there. Then we've got 16, which is over here, which is the stomach area here. And it's smaller on this side, bigger on the other hand. When you get to that, you'll see, because it covers both parts of the body there, but it's smaller on one side than the other. And there are some things that are on the other side that are not on this side as well. Then we've got, right, it does say 17, but the spleen is on the other side, and the adrenals, which are coming down from the thumb, yeah, which is just about there. And then we have the pancreas is only on the other side. So it does extend into zone 1 of the right palm, although it's not shown here. They've kindly put, I'm thinking, am I going mad? But that's quite interesting. So the pancreas is just on that side. So then you have, going underneath the, or just slightly over the top of the liver there, you've got the kidney, which is 20 there. Going down from the kidney, you've got the ureter, which goes down to the bladder, which is on the side here, just at the very lower end of the spine there. Then 23, next to that you've got the duodenum. Then slightly below that you've got the small intestine, I believe, which carries on in over to here. It's not as small as it sounds. Then 25, you have the large intestine, which runs from here all the way up to here. And then you have the cranial nerves, and interestingly on the diagram, it's quite, you've got to look for it, but it's actually all around from the tip of the thumb. It's like a red line all around the picture, but that is actually the cranial nerves. So it's all around here, and you would work that area. And that's the right palm done. So thank you for that. Was that quite interesting?
It was quite interesting, yeah.
Finding out where everything is. Okay. Well,
And
we'll
quite
swap
a lot
over.
of overlap as well in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. It's difficult to see here, but you can almost see on the picture everything is overlapping. So when you're working that, it is quite a fine touch that you have to do. It doesn't matter too much if you're overlapping a bit. So we're going to do the same on this side. Obviously, we're a little bit more familiar now, so we're going to repeat some of the things, but there are some that are on this side that are not on the other side. So again, we're going to start with the brain. So just at the top here. And then we have the, where's number 2 gone? There we go, the outer ear. So I'm going to try and separate. That's the arthritis preventing you doing that naturally, isn't it? Yeah, interesting. So we're going to take it very cautiously there. So the outer ear is there. The inner ear is the middle one just in between there. And then you've got the eye, which is just in between here. Then on the side of the thumb, we've got the pineal and the hypothalamus. Then we've got the pituitary on this side just here. The shoulder, and that was the one that was right then, because you're going to be working on that one, and then move across to here, which is 7, which is the shoulder and arm, followed by the neck down on the bottom of the thumb here. Then the chest and lung, which is a slightly smaller area on this hand than the other one, and that's quite a smaller area, much larger area on the other side, which is interesting. Then we've got the heart, which is next to that, which fills the rest of the space there. So you'll be I will be working across this area like this. Then we've got the spine, which again is running down that edge of the thumb nicely there. Then we have the diaphragm, which is that line I mentioned before, which is about halfway down. Then the solar plexus again, right in the middle, that energy centre there. Actually, I think your dry spot is just below that. So I think that's more where maybe you're not getting in with the hand cream, and it's just slipping over the top of it. So then we've got the liver and gallbladder for 14 and 15, which is not on this side. Then we've got the spleen, which is on this side, just under the small finger, just round about here. And then we've got the adrenals, which is just under the thumb here. Then we've got the pancreas, which is much larger on this side, just across the middle, just there. And the kidney, which is just under the thumb area and a little bit to the side of that. Then we've got, coming down from the kidney, we've got the ureter going downwards and down to the bladder, which is here at the base of the spine here. Then we've got the duodenum, which is 23, which is a small area, a bit further up, difficult to see here, but just there is the duodenum, and that is next to the small intestine, that is, which is quite large on this side, which takes up most of that space there, which is the small intestine. The large intestine again takes up quite a bit of space in a sort of circular area there, ending up along there. And then the cranial nerves again are these nerves which go all the way around your body. So I think we've got a general idea of where everything is, but it's quite interesting to look and see the differences there. Right, I'm just going to move over to the dorsal side. Okay, let me just make that a little bit smaller so we get everything in there. There we go. So we're just going to look at this left dorsum or dorsal first. So there's not as many reflex points on this, but it's useful to look at that. If you're more comfortable with having it flat, that's absolutely fine. So we're going to start with the other side of the neck first, which is here on the lower part of the thumb. Then we've got 11, which is the other aspects of the spine, which is similar on the other side, just going along the edge of the thumb there. Then we have 27, so where is that? Right, 27, which is located over here, which is the hip and the sciatic nerve. Then we've got 28 on this side, which is the lymphatics of the upper body. I'm just going to, because I'm going to have difficulty getting into that otherwise. So if I show that there, show you where it is there. Then 29, which is this huge area here, is the chest and the breast area. So the therapist would be working across that. And then we've got 30 along the base of the hand here, which is the fallopian tubes and the lymphatics of the lower body across there. We've got 31, which is here, which is the uterus. And then we've got 32, which is on the other side, which is the knee and the leg area. And then also on this side is the ovaries as well. And you would tend to work the ovaries and the uterus at the same time. So quite interesting. So let's have a look with this one as well. So neck area here, we already know, very similar to the other side. And then the spine coming down that area as well. And then 27 is the lymphatic area, which is actually on this side. Okay, and then 29 again is this huge area here that you would work, which is the chest and breast area, and then the fallopian tube, which is across here. Then the uterus, which is on this side, the knee and leg along here, and within that a little bit further lower down is the ovaries. Okay, so that was quite interesting to see it all in a visual way and then transferred onto your hands. How was that? Is that quite interesting?
It is interesting. Interesting to know the impact of some of the bits.
Yeah. So what we could do from this is obviously then progress. Now we've got that in our heads and we're more familiar with where things are. Does it feel like something that you might want to try as a treatment? Okay. So I think we'll work towards that. But the whole purpose of today was really just almost to give you an introduction to reflexology, particularly because we can't do foot reflexology, and really calm you in terms of embracing something like reflexology, which sounds a bit odd to start with, and then when you start having the treatment, you realise how everything is linked. But actually having an introduction to where things are is really helpful, I think, to give you an understanding of hand reflexology and how it works.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay, thank you so much for giving up your time and allowing me to take you through that as well. This is something I'm restarting. I haven't looked at it for a number of years, so to run through that with you and for you to want to come back for a treatment is great. So I look forward to our next session.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. I often get asked if there are any therapies that can be done effectively on yourself. Hand reflexology is certainly one of these. And today I would like to introduce you to hand reflexology, some of the techniques that can be used, and a basic routine. Hand reflexology is a relaxing treatment that helps you unwind at times of stress and anxiety. Many of you will have heard of foot reflexology, but if you've got a foot injury, or indeed if you've got ticklish feet, or if you find trying to do foot reflexology quite uncomfortable, then hand reflexology is a very good alternative. And some people just prefer working on the hands to the feet. Reflexology is about treating the whole person. That feel-good factor can have a major impact on people's overall sense of well-being. And the idea today is just to provide you with a little glimpse into this therapy. Hopefully, if it stimulates your interest, you can take it to the next level, research it a little bit more, or indeed think about becoming a reflexologist yourself. I recently came across a diagram in a hand reflexology book that I was reading. I've got this book here, and it's by Stephanie Sabuchian, and she's the Vice President of the World Reflexology Foundation and serves on the Board of Directors of the Reflexology Association of America. So very experienced reflexologist. And when I was going through the introductory part of the book, I came across this diagram, which really helps to explain the idea and the links between the body and the hand. So she has a very clear diagram here of the body, which she has divided into 6 regions. And they correspond in colour coordination across to the hands. So here, for example, at the top, you have this purple colour, which refers to the head and the neck of the body. And in her diagram, she corresponds across to that area that links to the left palm of the hand and the left back. So as you go down the body, she labels the corresponding parts. And it's a very visual way of understanding what hand reflexology is about. And I found it a very helpful visual to start with. And we'll be coming back to this book at various times over the course of the video. So before we get into talking about some basic techniques and moving forward to an actual routine, we need to think about preparing for the actual treatment. So obviously the first thing to do is begin with washing your hands. And as always, I'm going to put a drop of aromatherapy oil. This is just lavender. It's a wonderful smell already diffusing from that. So I'm just going to make sure that I rinse my hands. And I just find that really helps to relax your hands as well. The water is slightly warm, so it's very welcoming. Just pop this to one side for now. So what I'm going to do next is just inspect my hands as I normally would on any treatment with a client. And it's useful if you're checking your own hands, because sometimes you can't pick up things like bruises or cuts, which might cause a contraindication and cause you pain while you're doing reflexology treatments. So it's certainly worth just giving your hands a quick once over with the magnifying glass, just to check for anything that might prevent you from doing a treatment. And you're looking in particular for things like bruising or cuts. Sometimes you just get little paper cuts from normal everyday usage, and it's useful to know that they're there. Doesn't always mean that you have to stop the treatment, but it is useful to know, especially if something is very tender. You might want to work around that particular area. So that is all okay, and we are good to go. So after you've relaxed by cleaning your hands, the next stage is to try and do some basic relaxation moves. So we have a few that I can suggest, but there are many from other books that are suggested, but these are the ones that I like to use. And the first one is a little rocking move like this, sometimes called the sandwich. And while you're doing this, you could take some deep breaths as well, just so that you can relax yourself a bit more. Remember, this is all about self-care. Then maybe a little bit of wrist rotation here. Maybe some finger pulls, just to loosen that up so it's nice and relaxed when you come to do your reflexology moves. And another nice one is doing a little bit of a roll. Various names given to this one, could be fist on palm, but I just call it a fist roll. There's a nice area in there that you want to really relax. Now, some people might want to pop a pillow here so that your hand is nice and relaxed, or a towel. Just for the purposes of demonstration, I'm not going to do that because it tends to merge into your hand and you don't get to see everything. But that might be quite nice to get you more relaxed for the treatment. The next stage is to become familiar with some of the basic techniques of reflexology. And I will be using Stephanie Sabushian's book to guide me through some of those basic moves. I use these clips just to hold the pages back. Tip I got from a friend ages ago: if you're looking at some of these textbooks, they tend to fold up as you're trying to read. So these are actually old hair grips. So useful tip there, just to keep that side down, and then you can clip it under as you go along. So one of the first moves that Stephanie suggests you get used to is something called the thumb roll. And I'm going to use her diagrams here, which are very clear. So she said this is the main reflexology technique that can be used on most surfaces of the hand. It's a high thumb roll, so you're looking for the thumb to move quite freely across there. Now I'm doing this quite slowly. In reflexology, you would actually do it quite quickly like this. Some people refer to this as the caterpillar move, and it is the one that you use the most. Your thumbs are actually much stronger than your fingers, so, and you do strengthen them when you do reflexology, but walking like this, she calls the thumb roll. What I also like about her book is she's got some wonderful little hints and suggestions. So one thing here is about hydration. It's important to hydrate before and after reflexology sessions to flush the system of any impurities. And I think when you are working on the energy pathways of the body, you can dehydrate quite easily. So make sure that you've got some water to hand and do hydrate when you need to. Now, a couple of the other diagrams she's got here is where the thumb roll that she's talking about can be made slightly higher when the depth needs to go in a little bit more. So you roll up to the tip of your thumb and put a little bit more emphasis there. So you've got the general one, and then you've got one that's a little bit higher that adds more depth. So let's move on to one of the other moves. that she's suggesting here. And this is a finger roll. So, similar to the thumb roll, the finger roll is useful on the back of the thumb and fingers and for reflexing in the grooves between the long bones on the back of the hand. So place the pad of your index finger onto the tissue and apply gentle pressure. Maintaining that gentle pressure, start bending the finger at the joint below the nail and roll all the way up onto the tip of your index finger. Then come back to your starting position with the pad of your finger on the tissue. It does say here another hint. When using the finger roll, keep in mind that the joints of the fingers are not as strong as the thumb joints, so do not overuse the index finger. Her next move is a two-finger roll, and the two-finger roll is mostly used on the back of the fingers and on the wrist as well. So place the tips of your index and middle fingers next to each other on the tissue, so like this, and apply gentle pressure. And maintaining that same pressure, bend both fingers at the joint below the nail and roll up onto the tips of your index and middle fingers, and then come back to the starting position with the pad of your finger on the tissue. So that would be your two-finger roll. And then we also have a three-finger roll. So that's on this hand. And then you're applying pressure and then bend the fingers and roll away. Then another technique is the hold and rotate technique. This technique can be used anywhere on the palm of your hand. It can help calm reflex areas when they are too sensitive to be worked on with the thumb or finger rolls. Place the pad of your working thumb on the tissue, apply gentle pressure and hold for a few minutes. And then maintaining the same pressure, start slow circular movements. Make sure you don't slide on the skin, but simply move the skin underneath your thumb. So you're just moving rather than moving across it. Then we have something called the web squeeze. Now, the web squeeze is exactly what it says. You have various webs in between these fingers. You have the main one here, and you would literally squeeze this area very gently and hold the web that you see there between the thumb and finger. So you've got thumb there, finger there. Now, there is a cautionary note here. So if you are pregnant, do not squeeze the big web, which is this one. You can, however, safely reflex the small webs as described below. So place the tip of the index finger in the small web on the back of the hand between two fingers, like that. Or you can go underneath like that. And then you have the final basic technique, which is called the hold and stretch technique. So you use this technique when working in the grooves between the long bones on the back of the hand. So basically like this. You can do that with 3 fingers as well. And those are the basic techniques that Stephanie is suggesting we use throughout her routine, which we will get to shortly. So in her book, she does set out a full routine. What I really like about this book is that she's not using a model to work on, or the book isn't written as though you're working on your partner. The book is designed for self-care, so very much aimed at you learning how to do this yourself and how to treat yourself. So do follow me in a moment as I work through her suggested moves. So before we move towards doing a routine, I just want to talk to you a little bit about reflexology. So reflexology, like many Eastern therapies, is largely about unblocking the energy lines and increasing that flow of chi and stimulating your body's own healing mechanism. Some studies in the last decade have looked at its benefits, particularly some studies in Denmark and the United States, with some evidential success. But we are a long way off completion of clinical evidential studies, and much of the evidence is still anecdotal. Therefore, reflexologists do not diagnose illness or practice medicine. And if you are suffering from a chronic illness or you are medically being treated, then I would suggest that you consult your medical practitioner first. And particularly if you are pregnant, you may want to leave this till after the first trimester. What reflexologists do, however, is study the body's systems, and they familiarise themselves with the physiology of the hands and the feet. So if you are planning to do reflexology, please do some research and enjoy reading about the benefits of a little me time, taking time out to do that research, really by looking at some of these holistic therapies. Now, normally when we do a treatment, I would use something like aromatherapy oils. But in this instance, this is one treatment where you don't want to put loads of oil on the hands because you need to be able to grip the skin and areas of the hands. But if you want to, you could use a cream or a cornstarch, or there are some new reflexology waxes that allow you still to have that grip where you need to work through the reflex points. But you certainly don't want the hands to be covered in oil, as you need to maintain that contact. Positive touch during reflexology stimulates the release of oxytocin, encouraging relaxation, and regular treatments can help you feel calmer and even improve your sleep. But this will require a number of treatments. Self-care approaches like this can put you in control of your ability to manage stress and increase relaxation, and can be quite empowering, creating a much more positive frame of mind. So with that in mind, what we're going to move to now is the full routine that Stephanie is suggesting we do. So I'll just read through her introduction here. She says, applied regularly, this simple but powerful hand reflexology routine can help boost your immune system and keep away little aches and pains. The routine works through 6 regions of the hands, and once you have practiced each region, you can combine all the steps into a flowing routine for both hands that takes less than 20 minutes to complete. What I really like is the way that she has put this together. The first page, with regard to this particular region, which is the head and neck region, gives you a little bit of information about that. So here we've got the fingers and thumbs represent the head and neck region in the body. And again, useful visuals there. And then she goes on to take us through the basic routine using visuals. I have not done this routine yet because I really wanted this to be an honest learning experience that I share with you. So I'm going to walk through this and follow her guidance and share that experience with you. So obviously one of the first things we're going to do is work on one hand, and I'm going to use my worker hand, which is the right hand because that's my dominant hand, and I'm going to work along the left hand. What you would do normally is work the left hand and then switch over and do the right hand, but I'm just going to demonstrate walking through the routine on the left hand. Now, I think it's personal choice. You can switch constantly, or you can do the left hand first and then move on to the right. I think it's entirely up to you. But obviously the key thing here is for you to become familiar with her techniques, what she's suggesting, and a routine. I have come across other routines. Louise Keat, for example, is one of my favourite reflexologists, and she does a routine as well. And Anne Jalanders is another one that I have used. But again, their routine is a little different because it's done through modelling and partnering. And with Stephanie, she even calls this a practice for promoting self-care. So let's see if this actually works for us. So I'm literally going to now work my way through her routine. So let's look at the first diagram here. With the palm up, place the fingers of the working hand underneath the fingers of the hand being reflexed. Begin a thumb roll at the top of the index finger, working towards the palm until you reach the base of the finger. So we'll do that now. And then repeat on both sides of the index finger. So we'll do to the side of that, and we'll do on the other side. And if you get lost, there are some very clear directional arrows as to the direction you should be going in and the area that you should be covering, and you simply do that on the other fingers using that. So I call it the caterpillar move. She's calling it a thumb roll. Right, and the next diagram, turn the hand over, place the thumb of the working hand under the index finger, use a 2-finger roll to reflex from the nail bed to the base of the finger. Actually, it's easier if you tuck those fingers out the way. Repeat to the middle, the ring, and the little finger. And then you can decide to do it on the other hand or not. Then we've got place the thumb to be reflexed palm side up on 4 fingers of the working hand for support. Okay, so 4 fingers underneath the thumb. Begin a thumb roll from the top of the thumb horizontally across the surface of the thumb. Lift off and repeat the action, working downwards towards the palm. And then we're turning the hand over to reflex the nail side of the thumb. Place the thumb pad on the 4 fingers of the working hand and then use a thumb roll across the surface. So start at the nail. Then go down to the knuckle. There we go. And as I said, if you lose your place or you don't understand some of the things she's referring to, it's very, very clear from the diagram. I am actually liking this routine. So that's interesting. That's working quite well. So the next region is the chest region. So the knuckles below the thumb and fingers here represent the chest region in the body. So let's look at doing those now. So you're resting your fingers underneath the hand that you're doing your reflex moves on. And again, you're using that caterpillar move and you're covering this area. And then you're working vertically upwards to cover this area. And then she's suggesting we use the thumb roll on the palm side of the knuckle between the thumb and the palm, working from the diaphragm line upwards to the shoulder line. I don't find that easy to do, actually. I think I'm going to go in this way. Maybe I've got shorter fingers. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. I can't do that. Maybe that would take a little bit of practice to get over there. I think I'd prefer to do it that way, adapt. And then this one is with the fingers of the working hand on the back of the thumb being reflexed. Use a thumb roll sideways, reflexing the palm side of the thumb. There we go. So slightly lower down the thumb that you were doing earlier. So in the slightly fleshy part of your thumb. So you're edging from the edge of the thumb underneath that area into the palm. Yep, that works. Ooh, this is a slightly longer one. So to reflex the back of the thumb knuckle, place the index and middle fingers of the working hand behind the thumb being reflexed. Work a thumb roll horizontally across the knuckle. Work with light pressure and reflex gently over any tendons. Then use a thumb roll to reflex the knuckle vertically now. Start at the shoulder line and working towards the diaphragm line. Okay, so you're starting sort of halfway down the thumb, covering that area there. Then we're working the small webs between the fingers. Okay. Okay. Between the little finger and the ring finger. And then reflexing towards the fingers. So I think that's more of a move between there rather than what I'm doing, which is a sort of hook move. So I've got that slightly wrong. So let's do that again. Repeat. Yeah. So you're actually moving to cover these webs. And then use the index and middle fingers to hold and stretch each of the grooves. Oh, that's an interesting one. So coming round this way. So to hold and stretch each of the grooves between the long bones on the back of the hand. Oh, this was like this 2-finger rolls and sets. Place the thumb of your working hand on the palm for support. Use gentle pressure and slow stretches. Repeat the stretch in each groove several times. Right, so I get that. So it's the grooves. I've got very narrow ones, but it is this groove in between that you're pulling to hold that hold and stretch move. Oh, that was quite interesting. And then the next region is the upper and mid abdomen region, and that covers quite a lot of the area of the middle part of the body. So let's move on to that one now. So we're moving down from the head chest area into the abdomen area. So place your thumb below the knuckle under the little finger on the palm side. Support the back of the hand with the fingers of the working hand. Thumb roll across the palm to the opposite edge. Repeat a few times to help relax the diaphragm, and then continue to make horizontal passes, working down a little with each pass until you reach the pelvic line at the heel of the hand. Okay. And then we're working a thumb roll upwards between the pelvic line and the diaphragm line. So start just above the heel of your hand on the outer edge and roll up until you reach the knuckles. So with each vertical pass, work a little closer to the thumb until you have reached the big web between the index and thumb finger. So turn the hand and place the thumb of the working hand in the big web close to the bone of the index finger. So that's this one here at the base of the thumb. Place the tip of the index finger on the opposite side, so that's that one, and squeeze the web gently between finger and thumb. Roll the thumb and index finger upward until you reach the web, the end of the big web, and repeat that several times. And then reflex the back of the hand below the knuckles with a 3-finger roll. So place the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers at the outer edge of the hand being reflexed just below the knuckles, and then roll the fingers. Oh, you're going to have to hold your hand up to do that actually. Obviously, if you were on a pillow, that would make it much easier. Although she's not stating this, I would instinctively want to do 3 passes of all of these moves. Okay, so the next region is the lower abdomen and the pelvic region. So the heels of the hands represent the lower abdomen and the pelvic region. So you can read a little bit about that, but we're going to go straight in to do the routine across here. So with the fingers of the working hand on the back of the hand for support, place the thumb at the pelvic line where the palm meets the heel of the hand under the little finger. There we go. So level with that and across there. Work a thumb roll horizontally across the surface until you reach the opposite edge of the hand, and repeat the action at intervals until you reach the wrist. And then place the working thumb on the wrist, okay, below the little finger, with the fingers behind the wrist and hand for support. I've automatically done that. So use a thumb roll to reflex upward until you reach the pelvic line, which is where you started before. Repeat the action at intervals with each pass, working a little closer to the thumb. Okay, and then we've got reflex the wrist with a 2-finger roll on the back of the hand. Place the working index and ring fingers next to each other on the wrist at the edge of the hand, under the little finger, and roll all the way across. Oh, I think that's further down actually, all the way across to the opposite edge. Right, then we have the midline and spinal region. So the edge of the hand just inside the thumb bone represents the midline and spinal region. So we're moving to the midline and spinal region, and the edge of the hand just inside the thumb bone represents the midline and spinal region of the body. So let's look at what we're covering there. So we're literally working along this thumb line. Right, if you feel tenderness at any point, hold and rotate gently on the salt area for a couple of minutes or until the tenderness eases before moving on. So if you get any tenderness in that area, and obviously this is along the spinal area, so if you've got tenderness there, you might find that you've got tender points along here. What she's suggesting is just hold and rotate if you have any tenderness along that. And then place the working thumb on the inside edge of the thumb being reflexed at the nail bed. Thumb roll down to the knuckle between the thumb and the palm. And again, she says repeat the action several times. I would suggest 3 in number to start you off until you get used to the routine. And then if you feel like taking it up past 3, then do that. Okay, so let's move. I think this might be this final region. So let's move to the arm and leg region. So the edge of the hands between the wrists and the little fingers represent the reflexes for the shoulder joints, the arms, the elbows, the wrists and hands, as well as the hips, legs, knees, ankles and feet, and ovaries in women and testes in men. So let's look at how she's covering this. So place the thumb on the outer edge of the hand, close to the wrist, under the little finger. Yeah. Wrap the fingers of the working hand around the wrist for support, and thumb roll up just over the slight protrusion above the wrist, about 1/3 of the way up the edge, working the leg reflexes. So just this small area here. So now point the tip of the working thumb towards the palm. Bend the thumb to a high roll and pause. You are now on the knee reflex. So pause in this position or make small circular motions for 1 minute. So to work the arm reflexes, start a thumb roll at the wrist again and work all the way up until you reach the base of the little finger, and repeat this several times. Finish by working just a small area directly below the base of the little finger to help relax the shoulder joint, and I can feel that. I do suffer with shoulder issues, and I can really feel that. There we go. Okay, interesting. Right, and I believe that takes us to the end of the routine that Stephanie is taking us through. I actually quite enjoyed that. I'm quite enthusiastic to go through this, and it's a very clear self-care routine. Now, obviously, what you would do is you would work your way through the routine, but you do your left hand first and then you do your right hand. So you could go back and do the whole routine on your right hand in this instance, working with your left hand. But I think we've got the general idea of this, and I'm really pleased to be sharing this with you. I'm quite excited to find a routine that I'm very comfortable with and is very focused on self-care. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the routine. And just to finish off, what I'd like to do is just some more relaxation moves. So you can do the similar moves that we did at the start, such as the wrist rocking. You could do some finger rotations as we did before. You could do some wrist drainage moves or some wrist rotations. And then also what would be good is just to do a solar plexus push in, just to clear that at the end. And then one thing I would suggest is, because we didn't put any oil at the beginning, what you might find is that your hands get a little bit dry. So it might be worth just putting a little bit of maybe a carrier oil. I've got a tiny bit of coconut oil here. Just rubbing that over your hands. We'll just take that dryness away. Make sure you do get into your palms here as well. Actually, that feels nice to give it a little bit of a palm move there. And then to finish, I would probably do some deep breathing as well. So I hope you've enjoyed sharing that new experience with me of this new routine that I've discovered. Thank you for sharing this experience with me. Hello, welcome back again, and welcome this evening. We're going to have a wonderful hand pampering treatment, because we haven't really focused too much on the hands so far, and I know we want to do something different to lying on a massage bed. And actually the hands are an area that are quite neglected, so I thought it would be a good idea to really focus on why we need to really put some attention on our hands and make sure that they are looked after, because as I said, often missed out in treatments. So there's lots that you need to be concerned about with the hands. I mean, if you think about it, we use our hands all the time. You know, do you use your hands a lot?
Yeah, I'm always typing on them at work.
Yeah.
On my phone.
Yes, yeah. So we use our hands all the time. But when we go for treatments, unless you're maybe going for a specific manicure and you're making a trip to do that, but generally when we go for relaxing treatments, de-stressing treatments, the hands are not maybe the first choice, and maybe they do need a little bit of attention. Taking care of the hands actually does make more sense, because our hands dry out very, very quickly. Lots of people suffer from things like dry skin. I can already feel some dry skin there. And one of the reasons for that is we get very cold, and I know you suffer from cold hands as well. Not helped by our weather in the UK, where it can get very cold, and you end up having a situation where you've got the heating on a lot of the time. So you've got artificial heating inside, then you've got harsh weather conditions outside, and our hands are not necessarily what we take care of, and we should do. We need to give them a little bit more love. So in the winter we have obviously central heating, bad weather conditions outside, lots of cold. In the summer we have air conditioning. So again, that takes all the moisture out of our hands, and that's why we end up with patches of often dry skin, often in between the fingers as well, and further up the arm. And that's why they get overexposed to weather in particular as well. And then I know people who have jobs where they need to wash their hands a lot. You know, there are certain occupations where, such as nurses, people who are caring, washing their hands all the time. So they're constantly being exposed to excessive washing. All of that depletes the natural oils that you have in your hands, and you have some quite harsh formulas in things like soaps, detergents, even shampoos. They've all got harsh chemicals in. And what are we putting those detergents on first, or shampoos on first? On our hands. So again, they've got some drying effects there as well. And then often what we find is when we get into the shower or the bath, we've got it as hot as possible, which again is causing issues with drying out and dehydration. Possibly if you're going swimming, chlorine's drying out the hands. I mean, these poor hands.
Sounds like it.
It does, definitely. And we're really wanting to try and get moisture and hydration back into those hands. Really avoiding things that really will dry them out. And then obviously taking into consideration some skin conditions. Lots of people have eczema and psoriasis, and taking care of your hands can really help with that. And some people have allergies as well to certain things, which often show up on the hands, you know, in all sorts of rashes and blisters, things like that. So we need to take care of them. So the stress can cause not just the stress that you can see in your hands and the stress we put on it, but even when you're suffering from stress or you're unwell in your body, that can show in your hands as well. And your hands can be particularly sensitive. And some people even get pain as a result of the stress that they're feeling. So actually what we need is to really think about what can we do just to give our hands a little bit of attention. So we went on a bit of a shopping trip today, and we thought, okay, nice and simple, we'll go into a few shops and we'll see what we can buy, sort of thinking we could just get a hand care set and spend some time looking after these hands. And it was very challenging. So we'll continue that story in a moment. But what I want to do now first is just wash these hands. But what I'd like to do is make it a little bit special. And you know me, I'm a great fan of aromatherapy oils. And aromatherapy oils are not just used for putting in a diffuser or used for treatments such as aromatherapy massages or Indian head massages. You can put them into water, and the holistic properties are the same. So the essential oils will treat that, but you just have to be cautious with the amounts that you're using. So what I thought we'd do is we'd get a bowl of water to cleanse the hands, but we would also put a little bit of therapeuticness into the water. And I've got an array of oils here, and any one of these, with literally just a couple of drops in a bowl of water, are going to help to cleanse and to add some aromatherapy scents into the water. So what I thought I'd do is test some of these oils so that you can smell them. And actually it was an interesting point made by one of the viewers, something that I wasn't taught at my college when I learned all about aromatherapy oils. That was today you've got to be a little bit more careful, and you shouldn't really waft the oils under the nose, because if the person talks over it, then that could go back into the bottle. So we're going to do it. We're going to take that tip. So thank you to the viewer. And we're literally going to pop a little bit of oil. And this is rosemary. So that you can...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. So if I fold it over,
move
it's
that.
almost easier. Oh.
That is nice, isn't it? So if you pop that one in front of there, and we'll literally go through that. So that's rosemary, and these are very therapeutic oils. That one is tea tree.
Tea tree. Oh, I like them all.
I'm only going to let you choose one today.
Oh, it's lovely. Actually, having them on the cotton pads to smell like this, I can actually smell them a lot better.
Right.
And differentiate them more.
This one's lavender.
Thank you. Oh, I love lavender. Oh,
You've said that after every one so far.
have.
Okay. This one's eucalyptus.
Weirdly, I don't feel like I'm in the mood for that one, and which is strange because I'm always in the mood for eucalyptus. It just feels a bit too awake, a bit too much.
You might be able to guess which one this is. Do one more drop. Okay. Guess what that one is?
It's rose, isn't it?
It's rose.
It's always slow to come out.
Always slow to come out because it's a very thick oil.
Oh, it smells wonderful. Can't be smelling them all by myself.
Right, I'm just going to pop this on the side as well because I'm going to inspect your hands after we've cleansed them.
Okay.
Just so that I can spot the dry skin more. So I'm just going to pop that to one side so that we can focus on this. So, is there one that really stands out?
Can I choose the favourites
yeah.
again? Oh, so rosemary is lovely. Oh, tea tree is really nice.
It's quite cleansing tea tree as well.
It is.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the moment I saw you had these out here, I thought I would choose lavender.
Yeah.
Just because it's the evening and it's a nice, relaxing treatment. But actually, tea tree is almost a bit nicer. Oh, she says lavender's nice too.
Lavender, yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you said not to.
You're just not in the mood.
Not in the mood.
Same with rose, I think.
We're only using this to cleanse, so it's not.
It's
we're
funny.
not doing it for its therapeutic values, really.
Rose almost smells quite muted after I've smelled the others as well.
Yeah, this is much stronger.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll put these there.
Two.
And then my strong contenders are lavender and tea tree.
Tea tree is more medicinal. Lavender is more calming.
Okay.
So we're going to cleanse. So maybe tea tree has that sort of added cleansing element.
It is lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go with tea tree
We're
then.
going to go with tea tree. Okay.
For that. They all smell wonderful.
So I'm just going to pop the towel on here because we're going to put a bowl on top, and then we're going to put the oil in, the tea tree oil, just a couple of drops, and then we're going to clean your hands off with that. I've got slightly warm water here, and then we've got tea tree. Pop that in, and it will diffuse. Just let it settle just for a minute or so, and it will settle into the water and diffuse into that nicely. Okay, and then what I'd like you to do is just dip your hands in and go like that. I know you've washed them already, but this is just an added cleanse. So if you want to pop your hands in, make sure they're covered. That's lovely. To be honest, it's nice warm water. That's part of the therapy. And as you're doing it, you're probably getting a waft of the tea tree as well.
Yes.
So part of aromatherapy is not just its therapeutic value when you're trying to mix it with a base oil and put it in a blend for aromatherapy. It's also has its uses for other things such as this.
Are you able to put this in the bath like this?
You can put it in the bath, just don't overdo the quantity. You don't need a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
You want to
you.
pop your hands on the towel and dry it, and I'll just pop this to one side and we can change that a bit later when we need it. Okay, so while I've got your hands nicely here, I just want to go over with the magnifying glass just to see whether I can see any patches of dry skin at all. So I'm just going to literally go over each finger. And actually the fingers themselves don't look too bad. There's a little bit of puffiness, a little bit around where the cuticles are slightly. Maybe we might be able to put some cuticle cream on if we've got that. But the patch of dry skin seems to be at the wrist side. I don't know if that's normal for you, is it?
Yes, yeah, it's always the case around here.
Right,
Yeah.
that's interesting. So that I can see on the magnifying glass there. So this is useful. Just gives me a better look. You've got this tiny little bruise there. We do get bruises on the hand, but as long as it's not open, there's no cuts. Would you mind turning your hands over? I'm just going to have a quick look along here as well. There's nothing major there. A little bit dry on the ends here. Wonder why that could be. More with your right hand, you're doing things more with your right fingers,
Yeah,
possibly.
it could be.
Okay. There's not so much dry skin on this side. Maybe the dry skin's up here on this one. But yeah, a little bit of dry skin. So definitely you would benefit from some TLC on that. Okay, right. So I'm just going to remove the towel. So I began with the story of our hunt for little sets of hand care products, and we went on a little adventure, and we went in a number of shops, didn't we, today? And in the UK, the normal ones, we tried all of them: Boots, Superdrug, Holland and Barrett. We tried Body Shop, where we really expected to get a handset, and we didn't. And we tried actually a few specialist shops as well, known for their beauty care. And again, we didn't really find anything that was focused on hands. And then just as we were about to give up, we passed, or actually we smelled the shop before we got to there. And we both looked at each other and said, Lush. The one place neither of us had thought about. But luckily it was on the way back to getting the car, and we thought, oh, okay, let's have a quick look. And we went in and we spent forever in there. Not necessarily looking at things just for the hands, because I was bowled over with some of the products that they had there. But the staff were so helpful. And we have ended up with buying actually 2 really good products that they actually recommended, and a whole number of samples that they gave us as well. So we're actually going to take the opportunity to use some of this, and we'll start with the body scrub, which they were recommending to get rid of dry skin. So we're going to take their advice and actually work on that. And then once we've cleaned that off, we're going to use the next product, which is called Helping Hands. So the staff were telling us a really lovely story about helping hands being one of the products that was used by the medical staff in particular. The medical staff were using this product because they were having to wash their hands so much during COVID, and a lot of them were getting really sore hands. And this product was the one that was really sold quite extensively, and I'm sure a lot of these products were given out as free samples. Certainly that's what they were implying to the medical staff, and really helping to calm down their hands so that they could carry on working. I just thought that was a lovely story.
Yeah.
And really nice. So we've got that one which we'll put on towards the end. And then in addition they gave us loads of yeah, so many. They gave us a shampoo, some shower gel to try as well, but obviously not for, that was our other discussion. But on the hands they also gave us a Cuticle one to try, so we might try that. Just, you know, where I said there was a little bit of a redness, we'll try that on there. And then this one they were suggesting put on at the end, which is sweet wild orange balm, which we'll put on. And we'll see how we get on with those.
Yes, but this isn't sponsored. I should probably mention it's not sponsored. But I'm very excited to use all of the products.
So we're just going to take the ocean salt scrub off, and we're just going to take the tray away. I've just got something to use so that we can take out it's sufficient to do your hands, so that we don't contaminate everything else. So we're just going to take out enough to cover the two hands. Be quite generous. And make sure that's closed so that we can continue to use it on another time. So I'm going to take half of this out now. Okay, so let's move this over to there so that we can focus on your hand. And what we're going to do is just focus on one hand at a time. And what this is going to do, it's actually a lovely scrub. It smells delicious as well.
Yeah, that feels wonderful.
Yeah, just making sure it's done. And then we're going to do this bit here and the ends of your fingers where you had a bit of dry skin. So the salt can really get into that. And then we're going to do the remaining, leave that to one side, the remaining amount here on the other hand. And in particular we're going to get this bit here. And the whole aim of this was to really get rid of any dry skin. Okay. How's that feel?
Yeah, actually, it's really nice. I'm always scared with scrubs that they might be quite abrasive and harsh. But there's something in it that's really moisturising.
I know, it's quite soothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we're going to have to obviously get cleaned up. I'm just going to go and rinse my hands off and actually change the water in the bowl, and then we'll come back and we'll rinse yours off. I'll change the water in there.
Thank you. Oh, it's really smooth. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just remove the bowl from you. So they're nice and soft and smooth now already. Okay, so I'm just going to pop the ocean salt away, and then I'm going to bring the tray up for the next product. So I think, should we try the helping hands next?
That would be lovely.
I think that would be a good one. So let's pop that there. Then I'll just pop this back down. This then leaves us some nice product available for another time. Okay, let's leave that to one side. Okay, so what I thought I would do is just try this as they're recommending this to us. And just massage that in to the hand area. And actually, while we're here, give it a little bit of a massage as well. That way we can make sure that this really goes into the skin. That's a lovely smooth product. If you could turn that over, what I'm going to do is just massage it into the palm and then across that area as well. Just so that the product actually goes in. Okay, leave that one there. Okay, I'm going to move to the other hand. Does that feel nice and cool?
It's really lovely. Makes me realise how dry they were. The moment you put the moisturiser on, you can really tell.
We're going to literally go into this bit here where we identified there was some dry skin as well. We're going to go up a bit higher. Obviously been very generous with my product. Don't think it matters if it goes up the arm a bit slightly. Okay, so nice and smooth with the Helping Hands product. Okay, I'm going to put these to one side now and we're going to look at one of the other products. Okay, so this is the little Cuticle butter.
That one smells lovely.
Mm.
Like a nice citrusy.
So I don't think there's necessarily a proper way of putting these on, so what I thought I'd do is do that and then massage that in. That does massage in well.
It's actually so relaxing, that sensation.
Okay, and then we'll do the same with the other side, but it looks like you don't need a lot at all. It's got quite a sort of balmy texture. And then we've got this sweet wild orange balm, which was suggested as a finishing off product. Oh, that's orange. You can smell the orange on that.
That's lovely.
That does give a nice finishing feel, doesn't it? If you pop your hands together there. There we go. Right, so I think that's a real completion of our hand care activity it's actually a nice mini adventure. And the smell actually is lingering, so that's very nice to finish off with. And I hope that you actually feel that your hands are much more comfortable. They certainly feel lovely and smooth. And that was a different sort of treatment. And I hope that the hands will really feel nourished and well looked after and enjoy having that attention on them.
Thank you so much.
You're
it feels
welcome.
Really nice, and it really does feel different, like it's got into the cracks
Yes.
of the skin. So, yeah, and it
Lovely.
was really relaxing. I'll sleep well this evening.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.